Well, hello. Welcome at the Naruto community track. I'd like you all to grab a drink because right now it's Friday afternoon for most of us. We're going to have a lot of fun here having this thing starting. Time to unwind a bit. Time to just let the week be the week. Now the weekend is starting. You've probably just seen Mats talk about Ruby 3 and, well, what comes after it. But you're here because you probably want to see the community track and all the fantastic speakers that we have over here, all the fantastic talks we have lined up for you. But yeah, grab a drink. I know I will because, well, that's just the best way to just leave everything behind and just, well, land here for Naruto. And we are here in the Netherlands. Last year we were in Rotterdam, which is in the Netherlands. Now we are in Lexmond, I think 70 kilometers away from the fantastic boat, the SS Rotterdam from last year, when we had Yuruko. But this year there is no Yuruko, but there is no Ruko. And I want to know, where are you from? We just had a speaker from Japan. We have me standing here in the Netherlands. We have Ramon on the main track. He's from Austria at the moment. So in the chat in YouTube, just tell us where you are. Say hi to the people around the world. Just settle in, get to know each other, be social. And while you do that, I'm just going to tell you a thing or two about the organizing team. So these are the people from Amsterdam Ruby community. We organize the Ruby meetups. Also, you're looking at, well, except for me there, the core organizing team from last year's Yuruko. Floor, Tom, Raita, and at the bottom you will see me. These are the people who are now organizing Naruto just because, well, we had a barbecue one evening. We can make a really nice story about it, but the whole thing is we just had a barbecue one evening. We had drinks, clearly, because it combines really well with barbecuing. We had some dessert even, and we were just relaxing. The sun was down. We were just, well, getting ready to go home. Floor wanted to get a cab, and she made sure she could get one. And at that moment, someone said, "So, how's that thing with Yuruko? Why is there no Yuruko, and why aren't we solving it?" Because we have as Ramon said it, a ruby-shaped hole in our heart, or as I would say, I just feel alone. I just feel like I can't be part of any conference. The meetups, they're dried out, and well, it's horrible. So why don't we do a Naruto? And then Floor said, that was 3 weeks ago, why don't we do it on a day that everyone has a free day already? Because, well, there was Yuruko scheduled. So then that gave us 3 weeks to organize this thing, and I'm so happy that we did it. Really, I'm very happy. Also, I'm quite stressed. So we welcome you. It's great to see you. I'm hoping that you say hi on our chat, and let me tell you what the tracks are about. So right now you're looking at the main track. Well, you've just heard Matt do the first talk already. Then Penelope is going to talk a bit, and I'm sorry, Tatjana is having an extra chat just before the panel about Ruby and OpenGL. Then Tom de Bruin, one of our own organizers, is going to talk about communication, which is a fantastic talk. Then Everything is Fine, clearly by Alison. And then Julik, one of my former colleagues, is going to have a talk together with Kier on sleeping on the job. It's going to be fantastic. But that's the other track, that's the main track. You are here for the community track. So we'll have Phil talk about passwords. Then we have Ali about type checking and Sorbet. Then while the other track is going to have a panel discussion, we can enjoy the struggle for better documentation by Victor. That's also going to be enjoying. And then we have a break, a small music intermezzo. We'll tell you later what it is. Then learning empathy from, well, some issues with Pokemon Blue by Sean. Then Miriam, former colleague of mine, is going to chat about Zeres and Ona, a book series she's writing at the moment. And then Amr will come around informing us more on Ruby and Dockerization. So in the intermission, we'll have, well, the Noruku half-byte nerd disco offered music session. That means at 6 Central European summertime, we'll have this, well, dancing moment. Also, that's when our pizzas arrive. They are scheduled for 5 minutes after 6. Get yourself something to eat. And if you have it delivered, make sure they come roughly around 6 so you can enjoy it while also just enjoying some music and dance while you eat. Otherwise, you'd be eating while you have to type questions for the speakers. We can't have that. Also, we have a code of conduct. Clearly, we have a code of conduct because, well, we like people to conduct themselves. Anyway, Raita, Floor, Dirk-Jan, and Piotr are part of the code of conduct team. You can contact them over Twitter. You can contact us over email, and make sure that you feel, well, welcome. If you don't feel welcome, reach out to them. So if one of the people in the chat makes a mistake, talk to us. If one of the speakers makes a mistake, talk to us. If one of your MCs makes a mistake, talk to us. Anyway, so then what today will look like? Well, clearly you have a bathroom, you'll have a kitchen where you'll prepare your food. There will be a bedroom that is going to be of no use, but the main stage is about Ruby. It's about Ruby, the main track and the community track. This is where also the music will be in. We are here keen on our safety. I'm just here on my own, but it doesn't mean I won't wear protection when I need to. I don't need it at the moment because I'm just here all by myself, but please stay safe. We are here at a place called Full Stack. They offered us this location, which is fantastic. They feed us. They don't feed you, but they have been hosting us, and that's fantastic. And AppSignal is here. They make sure that we have closed captioning. So they are the sponsor for that. And I want to thank you both very, very, very much for making this possible. Then, when all of this is over, when all the talks have been consumed by you, the dancing has been done, we can just have our own Ruby karaoke. It's going to be fantastic. Sign up. There will be, there's a link shared right now in the community chat. Otherwise, look in the main chat, the main track chat. It's there as well. If you want to listen to how other people are performing, you have to sign up to sing yourself. We're not recording this, we're not broadcasting this, but everyone who signs up to sing will get a link to listen. So if you want to listen, you have to sing. I know I will sing. Anyway, so remember, next year we'll have the Eureka 2021. It's going to be in Helsinki, as it should have been this year. But without Corona, there wouldn't be no Ruko. But I am very happy to see all your friendly faces again next year, but then in Helsinki in Eureka 2021. While you're at it, head over to the shop. Make sure you order some swag from Eureka already. And just, well, stickers, pillows, and of course, masks. So stay safe, sleep tight, and breathe safely. So let's get this party started. As far as I know, we have Phil in our stream set up. Phil is a developer evangelist for Twilio and Google developer expert. So he's been, well, a web development professional for some 10 years, building with both JavaScript and clearly Ruby. He's a frequenter of meetups, of conferences. He plays with a lot of new technologies and APIs and writing some source code online. And sometimes he makes his own beer. I hope you didn't have your libation yet because you're about to speak. But he's more likely to be discovering beers somewhere around the planet. Phil?
Hello. Oh, wow, we're on. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for putting this whole thing on. It is an absolute delight to be with you today. and to talk to you all a little bit about passwords. As said, well, there we go. My name is Phil Nash. Yes, I'm a developer evangelist for a company called Twilio. I'm coming to you live from Melbourne, Australia today. So it is already just turned over midnight. It's the future. It's already Saturday here. So I can tell you Saturday is looking quite nice, I guess, from where I am. Not allowed outside the house right now because we are currently in quite a strict lockdown in Melbourne. So yeah, it's good to be with you, all of you. You can find me online at all these places. I'm basically Phil Nash everywhere except for Twitch, which I'm increasingly on at Phil_Nash. Go find me there. Come hang out if you want to. Now let's talk about passwords. I want to talk to you and tell you about my first password because it's kind of embarrassing. It's embarrassing because, well, it was my first password for a computer login system at my school. So I was young. I'm going to start with the caveats here. I was young and foolish and did not know what I was doing with any kind of security. My first password was 4 characters long. It was all in lowercase, and it was my last name, which really should have keyed me into it not being safe. Of course, my friends eventually kind of got wind of this and hacked into my account. And, well, they didn't really do much to it because we were very young and there wasn't much internet around at the time. And really, it wasn't a problem. But it should have taught me a lesson. And it didn't really because, my next password was still 4 characters long, still all lowercase. And apparently I was just a massive nerd at the time and thought Atom was cool as a password. Not good times. But do you know what? Of course I got hacked. And that happens to so many people these days. And this is kind of what I want to cover and discuss today. I got hacked because passwords are terrible. Actually, it wasn't my fault at all. I was a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. But passwords in general are terrible. I think we can all pretty much agree on that. And if you don't agree with me, I'm going to tell you why. First up, all we have with passwords is a bunch of guidelines. Guidelines that are mostly wrong, mostly difficult to deal with, and just, incorrect. What are those guidelines? Well, I like these ones. Your password must contain at least 8 letters, a capital, a plot, a protagonist with good character development, a twist, and then a happy ending. If you did write a password like that, it would be pretty secure, I reckon. And fun, and probably somewhat memorable. Instead, the guidelines we're given are things like you must use an uppercase letter and a lowercase letter and a number and a special character. And then you can't remember what you've written. And it's not even that much more secure, because what do we do with this? Well, those guidelines tell us that the password is not secure. And we know that. We know the password is not secure. We know the password Nash is not secure as well, but I didn't stop me setting it. But we know the password is not secure, but the password one, that is secure, right? It's got everything. It's got an uppercase letter. It's got all the lowercase letters. It's got it's got a number. It's got an exclamation point. That's a special character. We're now in the secure realm of having a password that no one will ever be able to touch and hack, right? I know you can't answer me or nod along because I can't see you, but I'm assuming you're all nodding at your screens right now, being like, yeah, this is super secure. But of course, there are other guidelines like we better change those passwords regularly. We don't want people having them for too long because then they'll get broken, then they'll get hacked into. Yeah, cool. So we have our super secure password, but times come for us to change the password. What do we do? We can maybe add a number to it, I guess. And this is still incredibly secure. And then the time rolls around again and we do it again and it's all still secure, right? It's fine. We got password 123, bang, we're all good. Super secure. I don't know. I think that's pretty guessable. Probably. You probably agree with me. In fact, password is a fairly common word. Defaulting to the number 1 would be probably the first thing you'd guess if you were guessing anybody was adding a number to a password. And I think the exclamation point, it is right there on the 1 key along with the shift when you press shift as well. So you might guess at these. In fact, like we've just created a pattern for ourselves, and that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing for us. It's a great thing for people trying to hack into or get into our account. But we've made a pattern because this super secure password here really just looks like this. So it's a dictionary word with an uppercase letter, a number of lowercase letters, a digit, which is probably 1, and a special character, which is probably an exclamation point. So if you were writing some kind of script to guess at people's passwords, you could use this pattern to cut down that potential space of passwords. Dictionary words, uppercase letter, a bunch of lowercase letters, a number 1 or any digit, and then an exclamation point. And if you don't get too many hits with that, you can start going through the different special characters or the different numbers. So that's not great. And remember, when you are attacking, if you are an attacker trying to get into somebody's account, it doesn't matter. And I am watching the talk here, the chat here as well. You put the number at the beginning, nobody thinks of that. It doesn't matter if you get it right, you as an individual, because there's somebody, as a developer, we have users like in our systems using these passwords. We, as developers, are responsible for protecting those people. And we are not protecting them by giving them the guidelines that they need an uppercase letter, several lowercase letters, a digit, and a special character. So I've got an example of this, actually, of how this actually manifests itself in real life. I've got one from around this side of the world. You see, a couple of years ago, might have been 3 years ago, actually, the Western Australian government did a security audit of the passwords used in their systems. 234,000 passwords were assessed. And what do we have? A quarter of them were deemed to be weak passwords, which is a shame. And a good 1,400 of them were, in fact, the password 123. What I really like, I've actually got the top 20 here. And I think there must have been some guidelines in here because, we're not seeing the password. Oh, no, we are seeing the password. It's right down there at number 9. Yeah, looking at 184 just straight passwords. But password 123, that was pretty popular. But what I really like about this is that there was clearly some guidelines given to people, not just like you must use uppercase and lowercase letters, but that some ideas of how to set a password. As you can see, some patterns in here as well. So we've got like date and time patterns, kind of October 2017, Monday 01, Spring 17, Spring 2017, August 2017. So you can kind of tell when the different cohorts of people started working. And that's horrifying, if you ask me. Welcome 1 is great. The 132 people on their first day at work set their password to remind themselves to welcome themselves in the morning. And my favorite one, actually, my favorite one on here is number 18. 98 of them available, Logitech 1, because somebody, or 98 people were like, I need a new password. And they looked down at their desk and they saw their mouse or something. They're like, that's it. Logitech 1 it is. And I wonder how many Logitech 2s there are in there. Doesn't hit the top 20, but we'll get there. So this sucks, and we can see this in action right here. All of these are easily guessable passwords, patterns that we can use to guess at passwords. All right. So once I moved on from writing really terrible passwords, I actually came up with a really good one, I thought, for a while. It's my best password, right? We're in quotes here. I'm not actually going to tell you what it is in case it does still exist out there on on an account somewhere. I'm scared and I don't want you to know it, just in case. But I will tell you a few things about it because I don't care that much. It was 8 characters long. I was pretty pleased about this. 8 characters. It's twice the length of my name. Come on. They were numbers and letters. So that's pretty sweet, and a mix of them, and they weren't just all at one end or the other. Although uppercase letters only. I was very uppercase on this one. And it was the model number of a piece of hi-fi equipment in my room, which I find amusing because if anybody was to come round to my room at the time, there's just my password like on display. Now, it didn't say password next to it. It was just there in my room, read out. It seemed pretty random at the time. It seemed pretty good. And actually, I don't think anyone's ever guessed it. But that didn't stop me getting hacked and losing access to a few accounts, actually. What was it? I think in one day, I lost access to my Spotify account and my Skype account, and nearly my Dropbox account, but I had two-factor authentication set up on that. So I knew there was a hack happening because I got a text message saying you're trying to log into your Dropbox account. And I was like, I'm not trying to. Oh, that doesn't sound good. I managed to recover both the other accounts, the Spotify and the Skype account, and I wish I'd saved the history of what the people had done with my Skype account, because they had used it to propose marriage to a bunch of men in French, which was odd because they hadn't changed the name of the account. It was still like Phil Nash, and then there was a bunch of French, and I got really scared and deleted everything, and I haven't really been back in there. But I got hacked. I got hacked with my pretty secure password. But what happened? It's because I was so pleased with said secure password that I used it everywhere. This is not smart. It's not smart, right? I used it everywhere because I thought it was secure, and therefore it was safe to use in all of these places, all of my accounts. Not a good idea. Not a good idea because even though I'd managed to keep my password safe, that was not the case for people like Adobe or Dropbox or Bitly or Last.fm or LinkedIn or Discuss or Tumblr, all of which my password has appeared in breaches for. And they're just the big companies I can name. And from quite a while ago, my passwords haven't been dangerously in a breach recently, but there are breaches of user data and plain text passwords and poorly hashed passwords every single year, every single month, every single week, every single day. There's another breach of data where some other site is handing out all of our passwords to the world. That makes me sad. If you don't already know about it, you should be checking the site haveibeenpwned.com. This allows you to plug your email address in, and it will email you every time one of your user accounts and its credentials appears in one of these breaches. Yeah, so that sucks. And I do still get emails from the service, so that's not good either. And right, I think we're just starting to. Well, no one suggested yet. What about using a password service? But again, this is one of those things. The way we solve this for ourselves is to use a password manager, right? And a unique password per site. And I have 300, 400, 500 accounts or something, so I can never remember all of them. Must use a new password per a password manager in order to deal with this. And again, it doesn't matter if I use a password manager and you use a password manager. All of our users, or 90% of our users, have never even heard of password managers and are using the same password over and over again. So if somebody else leaks their password into the world, they're still going to get attacked and hacked into on our sites. Sucks. So how do we fix this? This is the most important part, right? How do we as developers protect our users and make sure their accounts, at least on our sites, stay safe? Well, first up, the guidelines were wrong. Those horrific, oh my goodness, those guidelines back at the start, those uppercase, lowercase, number, special character, right? Those guidelines were actually written by a guy in NIST, that's National Institute for Science and Technology in the US, and he's since apologized for that. They were so wrong. He's written an apology and said, right, we should never have done this. We shouldn't be changing passwords regularly. We should not be making them easy to remember for computers. Hopefully, you've seen this XKCD comic. It really points out the problem, right? That we have encouraged people to come up with these sort of hard to remember, easy for computers, hard for people to remember problems. And the XKCD comic here suggests that maybe just a passphrase, right? 4 separate words that have nothing to do with each other. It makes 44 bits of entropy. It'll take 550 years to guess it. And who could forget correct horse battery staple, right? In fact, you've already memorized it. This is such a great point, but we can do better than this. Well, how do we make people think more about passphrases, than we do about passwords. Well, first up, the security, so guidelines now from the ACSC, that's the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, that's here in Australia, the NCSC, that's the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK, and NIST, the National Institute for Science and Technology in the US, all agree on these guidelines, that passwords should be at least 13 characters long. 13 characters, easy. You should be able to accept all characters. So stop regexing out things like spaces or emojis. Why shouldn't people have emojis in their passwords? And spaces particularly, so we can do passphrases nicely. And then don't allow insecure passwords. That covers a few things. So those guidelines go a bit further into it. Don't allow dictionary words. Or not, like the password isn't just one dictionary word. A passphrase of 4 dictionary words is fine. Don't allow repeated or sequential characters. Do not allow context-specific words. So if you're logging in and you're trying to use the same username, the same word for username and password, it's a bad idea. Or the email or the application name that you're logging into, that kind of thing. And or passwords that have been in a breach, passwords that are available online for other people to read. So how we go about this in Ruby, because I haven't actually spoken about the language or our processes yet, and so I should get to this. So I had a little look around. I had a bit of a look at kind of our authentication frameworks and what we already provide for password validation. And there's not a lot kind of out the box. So if you use Devise, for example, Devise will validate passwords and it will make sure that they're between 6 and 128 characters. 6 is not enough. But, you know, it does this. It doesn't actually put any of the other guidelines in place on you, but it will do this. So for AuthLogic, took this validation out of an old version and now just kind of recommends it in their README. But again, this is like minimum 8 characters length password and should be confirmed if it's required. 8 characters is better than Devise's minimum, but still not enough. And Clearance, you know, doesn't even have an opinion on this, which is fine. It doesn't have to. It's not technically its job, and it isn't really for the others. So I have some suggestions. First up, if you're in a Rails app, just validate that the path is like the password's like 14 characters long. Why not? We can humanize this by adding into our UI things like, you know, use a passphrase or suggest a password manager. But if we just make the password at least 14 characters long, then it's much less likely to be repeated an existing password that somebody already has. And then these other things down below are some pretty good libraries actually for validating passwords. In fact, what I love is that 2 of them look like good, short but good passwords themselves. There is what we have, NOBSPW, that's the no bullshit password validator, strong password, and ZXCVBN. Actually, ZXCVBN looks like it's a strong password, but if you're sat in front of a laptop right now or a keyboard and just check the bottom row of that keyboard, you'll find the letters ZXCVBN next to each other. So it's about as secure as the password QWERTY. Don't use it. But it is cool. And so I wanted just to show a couple of bits on these. So the no bullshit password checker. This one's great because it allows you to add a bunch of options to it. We're not just checking the password, but we're checking the context as well. And so in this particular case, we can add a name and a username and an email alongside the password that we're checking. And then we can say, is this strong or is this weak? And even better, like, what are the reasons for this as well? Why has this been decided that it's a weak password? I think this is great. ZXCVBN, on the other hand, this one allows you to provide a word list. So this doesn't, it's not to do with whether it's a username or whatever, but you can give it a bunch of words. It also has a dictionary checker with it as well. This one gives you a score. It gives you suggestions. It gives you the time it takes to crack it as well. And there's one other thing I really like about ZXCVBN is that the Ruby version is actually a port of a JavaScript version that was originally written by Dropbox. The good thing about that is that we can then use ZXCVBN on both the front end and the server side to give users both instantaneous feedback, but also the same password validation experience, whether they're doing it in the front end or if they skip past that to the back end. Actually, I want to show you these in action because I do think they are pretty cool. So if we just jump into IRB right now and we can explore things. And if you have passwords that you'd like to be checked live in this talk, pop them into the YouTube chat, and I'll run them through the checker here. Because if we take NOBSPW and its password checker, pass it a password. What was the one I was using? Philnash rules. I like that. But we'll pass it a username as well. Nice. I can look at that and I can check whether it's weak. And it is weak. It is weak. No. Yes. Well, okay. No, I can see that some people are putting their real passwords in, and that's where we're getting stars coming through. I see the problem here. Is the password weak? Yes, it is. And this is the best thing. Like, we can look at the reasons that it's weak. And in this particular case, I included the username in the password. Other than that, it's quite a long one. I think NOBSPW likes things to be kind of 9 or 10 characters long before it stops saying it's a short password. So I really like that. What if we do, whoops. I'll just check out, oops, 123. Ooh, I just meant 102. And that one is weak because it's too short, I think. Reasons. Password too short and too common. So it does come with, NOBSPW comes with a bunch of common passwords with it, so it can check against that. And so actually, like, you know, if we did the same thing with just the password, at that point, it's also weak. And the reasons is going to be common password again. And that's still the same, like, you know, if we have password 1, bang, as well, it's weak. It's not weak. That's right. So this one falls down a little, actually. It's not my favorite for that. This one. So NOBSPW had some good things, but it still falls down a little bit on those pattern-based passwords. So let's take a look at my absolute favorite, which is ZXCVBN. And we can do ZXCVBN.test. I can't type now. We're going to test like password 1 bang. And here we get like a score. This goes from 0 to 4, where 0 is terrible and 4 is unbeatable. So this is 0. So we get like the crack time, which is really quick. And actually we can display that, and it has like instant. So you can write a message back to your user saying, this is a terrible password. It'll be instantly cracked. And it comes with like feedback. I like this. So we got warning. It's similar to a commonly used password, or it is a commonly used password. And we also have like suggestions. Suggestions is really good. We've got built-in suggestions to say, hey, this is how you can make your password better. So this is just a cracking library for that kind of stuff. I'm going to move on because I realize I'm talking just quite a lot and coding a bit. And where did I put my slides? There they are. Cool. So that was that. But what about those insecure passwords? Now, we've seen how we can add dictionary checks to things like NOBSPW or ZXCVBN. But what about those hacked passwords? Well, thankfully, Have I Been Pwned, which has been collecting all of these password breaches, has what's called the Pwned Passwords API. And so Pwned Passwords is currently, at last count, a list of 572,611,621 passwords that have been previously exposed in various data breaches. Whew, that's quite a lot of passwords. So, you know, good chance you're going to pick one that's in there. So we use it to help our users out. And like I said, there's an API. Now, you might be worried about this, particularly if you're security-minded, that if we have an API where we send passwords to somebody's API to check if they're valid, to check if they've been breached before, then we're just giving them more passwords. And that's not smart. But don't worry, that's not how it works. That is not how it works. Instead, when you get a password that you want to check against the Pwn Passwords API, you take the SHA-1 hash of that password. Now, I know that's not secure, but this is about numbers. It's a number game rather than a pure security, like cracking a thing game. So what you do is you take the first 5 characters of that hash, and then you make the request to the API, which is at api.pwnpasswords.com/range/ that 5-character prefix. And that is going to give you a list back of a bunch of remainders of hashes. And if your last set of characters in your hash is in anywhere in the list, then it has been cracked. And you can get the number of times it's been breached, not cracked, breached before. And so I wrote a gem for this just to make it easier, because nobody likes dealing with just SHA-1 hashes on their own. And so I am going to break that gem out just quickly as well. It is just called pwned. I couldn't believe that nobody had taken a gem called pwned yet when I wrote this, which is something. And so we can use pwned, and it has a nice object model where we do password, new password. Oops. And we can check if it was pwned, which of course the word password has been. And then you can be like, how many times have we seen the password in password breaches? Yes, it is 3,759,315. But there's an easier way to check this as well. We can just do the pwned count of any password. So even our friend password1 bang, oops, has been in breaches 4,221 times. Now, what we're we had some suggestions earlier. Well, yeah. So I thought, well, Hunter 7, Hunter 2, doesn't 7. 7's been in 8,554 times. Hunter 2, 17,000 times. As you can see, my first password apparently breached 2,992 times, which is mad. And I only imagine actually that's quite low, because there's got to be some restrictions on passwords in most places that 4 characters isn't enough. An Atom less popular, but still pretty breached. Somebody asked to check, in this case, password. Oh, special character right there. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, of course it's there. 1,148 times. That's what were you thinking? Pretty much anything with the word password in has been breached a number of times. And of course, I think the most important one to check here is correct, as Hannes has put it in there, I think. Yeah, correct horse battery staple. Yes, 4 times. Which is slightly less times than my supposedly strong one has. And people without spaces, 123 times. So, bad times, everyone. Sorry about that. I actually haven't found a password that wasn't pwned yet. What if we put a 1 on there? 11. Yeah, okay. And an exclamation point. We've got a secure password. Don't use that one, though. So that's the pwned gem. You can use it on its own, and it comes with an active record validator. Or if you're using Devise, there's a plugin to Devise to validate your passwords with that as well. So use that. One nice thing about the API, or so the gem and the Devise plugin, is very much that because this is an API that sits between you and a user sign up, it does allow you to kind of set what happens if the API fails. So you won't just lose access to new users if the API disappears. However, the API is also like cached on Cloudflare, backed up by Azure functions, and has a super quick response time. So it's actually really good to use. And then there's the next level. Finally, once we've made everyone's passwords better, or if you decide you can't make people's passwords better, but you want to keep them safe in another way, and I don't have time to go into it today, but two-factor authentication or some sort of multi-factor authentication will keep your place even more secure. Now, that has its own issues, its own potential problems, and I'd love to talk to anybody about that. Like, get in touch with me at any time if you want to talk two-factor authentication, because I love talking about that too. So Passwords are terrible. I think the chat has agreed with me that passwords are terrible. Some people have become password managers themselves for other people, I think, which is not a great place to be either. So passwords are terrible. Those password guidelines are not only worse, but they are out of date. If you are still using guidelines where it's an uppercase, a lowercase, a number, and a special character that has to get changed often, it's out of date. So update that guidance. Make the passwords longer. If you have an application right now that has a minimum password length of 6 or 8 characters, just bump it up. Just bump it up. I'd like to see 13, 14, but like if you can get it to 10, we're going to make things better for our users ultimately and safer for them in our applications. Check against those breaches. The Pwn Passwords API is just an absolute savior at that kind of thing, and dictionaries and contextual words as well. Don't have people using common words, common phrases. And finally, implement two-factor authentication when you get to it. I promise you'll also make yourselves happy with that. That is all I've got for you on passwords today, this evening, this morning, as it is me already. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk with you. And thank you very much. Come find me online. I'll answer any questions if we've got time. Yes.
Well, yes, I hope there is time to have some questions. One moment, I hear myself, but if I pull this thing out, I cannot hear you. So this is going to be funny. I'll put this thing back in when I ask you a question. So, most importantly, you talk about, well, things that we can fix for our users by making sure we'll have some validation in place. So for me, that is just one web request too late. We have authentication in place to make sure that our users are well doing the things right. That is fine. But how do we actually improve our user? How do we make sure that maybe they don't have multi-factor authentication, but how do we make sure they start generating proper passwords?
That's a great question. And it's one of the reasons, like I said, that ZX CVBN is such a great library to use, that you can use it on the server side and on the client side as well. And it comes with those suggestions out of the box. I mean, you can build, you can then also, ZX CVBN had the score that came along with it. So that score can give you quite a good idea of how to build like a password rating thing. You've seen like password strength monitors before, but they normally are they're normally doing that kind of regex. Has it got a capital letter? Has it got a thing? But again, ZXCVBN is doing that based on the entropy of the password as well. So if we give those ideas as part of the process of putting in the password, we are saving the user at that point, and we're educating them as well. Yeah. I think so. I'm happy to suggest as well, like always having 14 characters at least, because that's actually what we do at Twilio.
Yeah, but my question is more. I do understand it's a very good idea to make sure that they can't enter a password that is not long enough. But how do we actually, instead of using a web form, make sure our users change? Instead of our web forms get safer, how do we make sure our users get safer by just thinking the right thoughts by default?
Changing user behavior like that is possibly beyond me, because beyond most of us, I'd have imagined. It's a long period. It's a long time. It's going to take a long time to get to a stage where all users have a better idea of how this actually should work. And it's potentially by that point that we can even do away with passwords in general. Now, I believe that like passwordless logins can be really secure and a great experience and better for users. But I also think we're not in a place yet that we could use those things. And so that's a potential for the future with standards like WebAuthn, which are going to bring kind of hardware and users together to actually never have to use a password again. That's an exciting future, but we're not there yet. But maybe that will be the way that we can sort these things out.
Yeah, no, I understand. So what you're saying actually is, with all the things you've just presented, they are not the best thing possible, but they are so much better than what we have had until now.
That's the idea. If we can just move and protect the users that are on our sites, and again, like I think by having like validations and suggestions based on our things, that is going to inch user behavior on other sites over as well. And if we can suggest password managers, if we can suggest just saving it in your browser but using a unique password per site, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I use Firefox most of the time, and in a new password scenario, Firefox at the moment is like, "Hey, would you like this generated password? This random one? How about this?" I'm like, "No, I'll do my actual password manager will do that." But we have to just edge people to that. But you just know that. I think that the percentage of people using password managers is so low that any improvement is something.
No. I'm trying to roll out a password manager in the organization I'm working for at the moment, with all the struggles that we have had there. Also because, well, I'm also a developer and also focusing on other things. I think I know what you're talking about because, well, a random Joe is just not going to use a password manager. So the next best thing is make sure that the services they interact with make the right decision for them without being too obnoxious.
And then your other alternatives is still like passwordless stuff. Like if you do magic links for login, like Slack does, or like text links to SMS-based links to login, that kind of thing can also get around things, but have their own issues as well. Yeah.
So there's a thing that I forgot just before your talk. I want to let the audience pick a developer dilemma. Well, thank God my colleague Floor made sure it was in the chat, but I have a developer dilemma for you. It's quite connected to your talk. It is a developer dilemma, and you get to choose. I don't know if you know the developer dilemmas.
I've not seen this before, but
okay, cool. So we're not even showing you them, so don't worry. On the one hand, you have being hacked, and you can choose that even over, or maybe the other way around, getting DDoSed. So what is your choice?
I'm going to go with, that almost seems like an easy one. Getting DDoSed, absolutely.
Getting DDoSed?
Yeah, I would rather have my service or whatever is getting DDoSed. I'd rather have that down than have people's data spilling out into the world or getting hacked. And even personally, like when I lost access to Spotify and Skype accounts, like I felt violated, especially because my Skype account was used for such weird things. So throw far too much traffic at me wherever I am. I'm very happy with that over being hacked.
Nice. Well, the end result is, let me give it a second. Only 19% chooses to be hacked. Rest really likes to be DDoS. So I think you're onto something.
19% still seems like a 1 in 5 people are like, yeah, hack me.
Yes. Why not?
I guess it's all a learning experience.
Well, you have to experience at least once.
Yes.
Thank you a lot for your talk, for educating us, making sure that we will be safer in the future. Hopefully we'll get to a future where passwords are a thing of the past. Well, our kids will laugh at this talk, I hope.
Oh, yes. I hope so. Yes, I hope so too.
Thank you.
We can all be safer and happier that way. And yes, everybody else go out and change your passwords now, because your passwords are terrible too.
Thank you very much. When I'm done introducing the next speaker, I will do that. Thank you very much. Anyway, on to the next thing. So we're going to have a new developer dilemma for you. This is, well, maybe something that you don't feel very special with, something that doesn't give you any emotion. But, well, from a team I've been working in, choosing tabs or spaces was still a hard thing, and why not both? Why not combine them on one line even in the middle of a line? That's fantastic. So why did you go ahead and make your decision, tabs versus spaces? And since you're Ruby developers, this makes sense because, well, maybe you develop in Go and then the choice has been made, but we get to choose. So pick your dilemma. Nice. Then I'd like to say at this moment, we're going to move on to the next talk. Give me a second to get my things in order. Nice. So Ali is here to talk about type checking, something, well, Go developers are already somewhat on board with. That's nice. But for Ruby developers, this is a new, an amazing product. And Ali is a software engineer from Malaysia, and he's been working. And well, he came across this fantastic thing called Sorbet. He's writing Ruby and JavaScript at Surya Labs and some other technologies, but most of it he's likes to get his hand dirty on Docker and Kubernetes, Kate, whatever, Kubernetes, I like to say. And he loves TDD and he loves his service objects. And in his free time, he tends to have his head buried in a book. Ali, I think this is you.
All right. Hey everyone. So I'm going to be talking about type check with Sorbet, Ruby. So first of all, I'm Ali Ilman, I'm a software engineer from Malaysia, working for an agency called Sorbet. We are specializing in web development and mobile app development. That is my email right there. And on social media, you can find me at Zia Ilman, and on LinkedIn, you can find me at Ali Ilman. Right. So the content of this talk, what is Sorbet? How Sorbet caught my attention. That is an interesting story to tell. And Ruby 3 comes with RBS, a type into language. This is something that Matt mentioned during his keynote. So we'll get into that. It's brief information because it's recently built to public. And should you consider adding Sorbet to a running production app and demo? Right, what is Sorbet? It is a gradual type checker, meaning you don't need to add type checks throughout your code base. Doesn't matter if it's a small code base or a large code base, you can add in those type checks one by one in one by one file. It allows us to write type checks in Ruby syntax, so it's not a superset of, like, it's not like TypeScript, which is superset of JavaScript. It's written in Ruby. It's not a subset of supersets. It is built by engineers at Stripe with contributions from the community. So how did Sorbet catch my attention? So previously, I had no interest in writing type checks, especially with TypeScript. It looked cryptic to me. But then I was working on a project that used TypeScript, and I was blown away with how helpful it is having type checks. It just removes the extra time in your brain for you to think, what does this method do? So at that time, I had no idea about the presence of Sorbet. And after building two React projects with TypeScript, I thought, let's search for one. And I stumbled upon Sorbet, and what attracted me is the well-maintained. It is maintained by Stripe, a massive company, and it has an ever-growing community. Also, the documentation. The documentation is very easy to understand. So Ruby 3 comes with RBS, the type signature language. What happens to Sorbet? So the engineers over at Stripe will incorporate RBS as a way to specify type annotations in addition to the existing syntax Sorbet supports. So as Matt mentioned earlier in his keynote, the Sorbet team will build the Sorbet with we're supporting both RBS and RBI, which stands for Ruby Interface, which is the type signature language that Sorbet uses. And that's the source that it was released 2-3 weeks ago. So should you consider adding Sorbet to a running production app? Disclaimer, I've had to use Sorbet running production app. I've only used them in Ruby playgrounds and small code base, so nothing large scale. And I think you should, although the support for Rails and other major gems in the ecosystem are somewhat lacking, which is expected because they are new. So when it comes to type checking, there will be some issues and something missing. But I can see this coming handy if you use the right service objects. Yes, I love service objects. And yeah, I can't think of other reasons why you shouldn't use Sorbet other than the maturing ecosystem, since, as I said, it's recently new. It was released to the public last year. So demo time. I have a small Ruby file with a couple of classes. So as we can see in this playground.rb, there are some syntax that you might have seen, such as type true, seek return string. So we'll go through that. So if you use Sorbet, there are 4 or 5 types of type that you can specify. So true meaning Sorbet will check your file and see whether there is a method that is returning incorrect data type. Let's say this method is returning a string, which you need to expect it to return integer. It will throw an error. There's also type false. So type false will be ignored by Sorbet. It won't check the file, other than syntax errors. There's also type ignore, which is entirely ignored, but type ignore, if the code is being used in other files, then it could potentially raise certain Sorbet errors if you cannot find methods, for example, or if the methods are returning unexpected data type. So moving on from that, requires Sorbet runtime. So Sorbet runtime is the package, the gem that is required to run to write the signature in the code. So we can see that there's extend tsig. This will give the hello class the sig method, which is then used to expect that say hello world should return integer. And without Sorbet runtime, you are unable to run the code at runtime. Only if we disable, if we remove Sorbet runtime and we run srb. Ooh, expected integer. So srb is the CLI for Sorbet, so we can run srb init. This is for initializing a Ruby project, initializing Sorbet for a Ruby project, and since I've already done that, I am not going to do it again. Or actually, it shouldn't make any difference because it's a small code base. Running srb init will create a folder called Sorbet, and in there, in Sorbet folder, it will consist of RBI files. So these files are basically RBI what's correct for it? Declarations found within gems that we use, but Sorbet cannot see. because right now Sorbet can only see playground.rb. It cannot see that we're using Ruby or active support, so it will go through our gems and create this Sorbet folder with all the type tags if it's possible to be done, because the ecosystem is still maturing. So there's some examples here. It's a big file actually, 2,800 lines. To do RBI, I did not export this yet. Errors, constant name. I couldn't find out why this is happening. Anyway, so let me show what happens if we run this file without requiring Sorbet runtime. It will throw an uninitialized constant error because T6 is only is given by Sorbet runtime. So we uncomment it, click on the RB. Oh, there's an error here. Return value expected type integer, got type string with the hello world. So this one is the one that we did earlier. Change it to string and it should pass. There we go. Let's access the IRB and play around with the code. I'm going to show some syntax. And that is true. I like to eat burger. All right, so we have seen that we can declare type tags for types for methods, like this syntax right here, say return string above the method. So how do we declare the types for a variable? Let's say we have a name called Ari. In Sorbet, it has 4 type sections, if I'm not mistaken. So we can use one that is used for giving the expression a type, could be t.let. So the first argument is the value, and the second is the data type, or we're giving a string. So how do we check whether, how we retrieve the data type of this name? T, retrieve type. Oh wait, reveal type, my bad. Oh, it doesn't reveal here. Interesting. Okay, interesting. It's not working. Nine. Let's see what happens. T name. Let tmas names. Okay, tmas name. So tmas is a way to execute code and create an error if the value is nil. The value here must be in non-nil value. So if it's 1, 2, 3, it won't throw any error. So if we have a method, let's say Jeff say something, and we have name. Oh, let's H. Let's say 30. And we can change it back to nil. Okay. And then we run tmas H. And we want to print user is yes, oh, say something. Then it will throw an error because H is nil. And one of the things I like about Sorbet is that it removes the need for you to raise argument error, which you might have done many times before. So for example, def add user ID to let's say a project, user ID, and raise document error if the ID nil, or maybe is a hash project is the ID. This is a project. So if it is a hash, oh no, I missed the question mark. Let's find that again. There's argument error. Yeah, this is what we usually do. I usually do. And if we use Sorbet instead, let's create a class. Oh, actually, okay, no, I don't know what here. Require Sorbet runtime. There's a bug with requiring the runtime in the top level, the root. Yeah, sorry, I'm done. So we need to declare the types for methods when the methods are sitting within a class or a module. We cannot do that in top level at the moment. So class, let's call it food, sig, returns, blanks, name, string, returns, strings. Yeah. Order food, name, right, ship order for name, food. Oh no, I missed out on the curly brackets. Go. It's not here. Oh, I forgot to extend the signature. Okay. And the sig. Now, order food. If you were to pass in, let's say, burgers. Oh, what's this? Name, string, return string. Type nil class. Oh, this is because we are using puts, and when we use puts, it will be considered as void. So what we need to do is, let's declare it again. And class name string void. So if it's not returning anything from the function, we have to use void. We cannot use returns. It's a design requirement. It is one of the design decisions in Sorbet. So let's see, void. Order to name puts how like order for name. New order food figures, and it will return the type as well. As we can see here, is type void. So what happens if we pass instead a hash, and it will throw an error? So just like the first example here, is it no longer here? Oh, it's no longer here. It's gone. So instead of using raise argument error to check whether the argument given to a method is a valid data type like hash or a string, we could use signatures. Acts as a type check. So no more raise argument error is required. And I believe that is all I have to demo. Yeah. All right. Okay. That is all I have. So, any questions? Check Slack real quick.
Sorry, Ali, are you having some issues that you need help with?
No, I finished demoing my.
Oh, I saw your demo slide going out, and I thought you were continuing your presentation again, but you aren't. So let's see if we have any questions from the audience. 1 second, I'll get my book because I made my. 1 second. Merci bien. So Hong Li asked, we'd like to do autocomplete in VS Code based on Sorbet type signatures. Then there was a reaction by someone else. Well, because there's no official extension, there came a reaction that there is a third-party extension, a third-party tool called Sorbet LSP. Is that what you're using in Visual Studio Code, Ali?
I tried setting up Sorbet LSP, but it couldn't work for some reason. It kept crashing, even though I followed the instructions. And at the moment, Stripe the team over there, they are creating an LSP family, word. Let me check the documentation real quick. They're already developing it, but it's not yet released to the public. Yeah.
Okay. Another question I had. You said in your talk that you're not using it in a production environment yet. You have no code with that you did running in production. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, what would be a project that you would really look forward to get in production that Sorbet type checks?
In production, projects I've worked on or any specifics?
Well, what are you working on that you would be really happy to have checks for and put in production?
I'm working on the backend for an app that has HR management payroll and all that. So having type checks would certainly come in handy in certain parts of the code base because they are massive, especially the payroll module. And I feel that having type checks for such a module that is complicated like payroll, it can come in handy. And
okay. Then I have another question because, clearly we can write our own documentation. We can even write, tests because, that's what they're there for, so you know how your code works. But how do you see a possibility to generate your documentation from your typings?
Generate document from typing. I've not explored that. I've seen yard documentation being mentioned in one of the community pages on Sorbet, but I've not explored creating tests or documentation from type checks written. On Sorbet, there are Yacht Sorbet, a yacht plugin to parse Sorbet signatures when generating logs. So that's one of the communities,
Okay.
but I've not used it yet.
Okay. Well, I'd like to thank you for your time, for your presentation. And I'm very happy with what you told us, how you revealed it to us. That was very helpful. Something I am looking forward to, Sorbet, something I'm looking forward to use in my, own systems. Put it in my, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
then I think it's time to move over to our question for the developer dilemmas. So we had a question, is it going to be tabs versus spaces? And let's see, do I even have this thing open? So we could pick one, tabs or spaces. Well, for me, it's going to be very clear. No, I'm not even leaning towards tabs, come on, spaces. And that means that, yes, 84% of us, thank God, chose spaces, even over tabs. God sei Dank. By the way, you're looking at these numbers and you think, yeah, but those developer dilemmas are already live for ages. Well, they are, but, well, not ages, but at least months. Numbers are reset yesterday evening, so you're looking at actual Naruto test score. So 84% of you choose spaces over tabs. So thank you very much for that. Back to the thing that we are actually caring about, which is the presentation of Naruto. And I'm just having a small peek on our schedule because as far as I know, we are a bit early and that means that we have a break. Well, mostly because I need a break. I need to have a fresh bit of water. So feel free to just already have a look at the main track and we'll continue at 5:30 Central European Summertime. 5:30 with The Struggle for Better Documentation for Ruby itself by Viktor Shepelev. So we're on a break now and we'll see you back in 20 minutes. I still have to do a trick or two with my laptop. So, there were a lot of echoes. The fun of technology. Anyway, we're back here at the community track. We stopped a bit early with the previous presentation, and potentially you're also taking part in the panel that is happening over there. But they're going really fine. So I think for us it's time to introduce Victor Shekelev. He's going to have a talk about the documentation of Ruby itself, and the word struggle in there. Well, that doesn't sound good. Anyway, Victor, he's a Ukrainian developer. Sorry, he calls himself a programmer and poet. So he's a programmer and poet with 12 years of experience and 15 years of Ruby programming. So it's 12 years of experience with poetry and 15 in development. I don't know. Probably you can answer that later. Then he is working at the moment at Verbit.ai, and he's also mentoring students for the Google Summer of Code, and he's mentoring in other projects, and he's a developer of open source software. Victor.
Hi.
Is that 12 years of experience as a poet and 15 years developing Ruby?
Well, it's 12 years of programming. It was C++ before Ruby. And as a poet, it's probably more like 37, because I'm 37 years old. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start with your presentation. Tell us about the struggle for the documentation of Ruby itself.
Okay, let's start. I'm here to tell you about the documentation of the Ruby itself. As was already told, but I'll reiterate because some of it is important. I am developing in Ruby for like really long time. I really in love with Ruby, and I wanted to stay my main language for the next year. And I am also mentoring students in Ruby for maybe last 5 years, and that's when I started to notice that things in our documentation might be better, and started to doing something about docs, about the language itself. So you might recognize me as the guy who invented the kernel then method, which is splitted the community, and some other nice things in latest versions of Ruby. I also added a lot of docs in recent versions. And I maintain the Ruby reference site, which I'll talk a bit through the course of this talk, and even was recognized for this effort by Fukuoka Ruby Award, which I honestly quite proud of. Let's ask ourselves this question: how's our docs like? I mean, not the tutorial blog posts or books, which we know they are quite cool. There are a lot of good authors. There are a lot of helpful people on the internet, but like the base language docs. To dive into this question, I urge you to ask yourself some like random sample questions, which all of them are from my mentoring experience. This is questions which students ask quite oftenly, and trying to answer them, I sometimes stumble onto the fact that even some basic questions about Ruby is not easy to find in our documentation. Like if you go into the question of file read, which is in every tutorial and every code piece, you will not find the method description, because it's actually IO read, which file is inherited from, and for novices it's struggling point, and there are much more, like what are blocks and where to find documentation for them. in the base language documentation, what are our code documentation conventions and how it's typically done, and what good things in our standard library. It is not that easy to find. If we'll try to find the answers for some of those like quite basic questions, we'll stumble upon this. That's a section of official Ruby site regarding the documentation. It links to some quite good and adored materials, like Wise Poignant Guide to Ruby is probably what all of us, all the Rubyists, started with. Like there are some cons, Ruby Monk, some good tutorials, but it is not that helpful when you start today. Because on the part of the reference documentation, again on the same official site, you'll find like quite a lot of links to several, again, good and helpful sites, which are though confusing for the newcomers. For example, if you go to for the first link in the Ruby language official site, to the link to official API documentation, you'll see this. That's like docs.rubylang.org. That's where everything is, and I ask you to look at the left section of this, where like the basics of language is described. It's not some structured table of contents. It's just the default rendering of all the files in docs folders in like alphabetical order. And if you start to learn Ruby from this, you'll be confused. And of course, we understand that a lot of people start with tutorials, start with books, but for the base experience, the experience to return to the main documentation for the language, for experience of programmers of other languages who tries to switch to Ruby or just look at it and what's interesting there, it's not that helpful. If you look further in this table of contents on official docs site, you'll see like all the classes from core classes, standard library classes, everything just in alphabetical order, and it is confusing. It is confusing not just because there is a lot of this stuff, but because the stuff is organized in a manner of like the default programmer's manner, just alphabetical order of everything. We have several different renderings of this core documentation, like rubydoc.org and so on and so on. They are competing in Google when you Google something, and some of them are rendered better, some of them are rendered in more modern styles, but in my experience, neither of them provides the like reference experience, the experience of give me the whole picture. And another huge problem which can be found in our documentation, especially when you are mentoring students or when you are helping less experienced colleagues, that some of the very core things in the language, they are documented sparsely. Of course, it's understandable because language is evolving, because a lot of people work on it, because stuff changes frequently and a lot. And to be honest, this example of the prots, one of the main concepts in Ruby documentation, and how sparse it is related to version 2.5, and since then it became better for a few versions. Then it became like over documented. If you'll go to the master's version prots documentation, you'll see something which looks like a book about prots, like spanning several long screens with all the details, where again for newcomer or for switcher from another language, it's hard to find the like the essence, the core of this experience. To sum it up, what is problematic in our current language docs? The depth, it's really varying even for some of the core classes. The docs currently is very sparse. For some of them, they were absent as recently as for previous versions, and it was recently fixed by work on of few dedicated people. And some of those docs are vice versa some of those classes and methods are over documented. Some of those classes are hard to discover, because if you'll go, for example, to the standard library documentation, it would be a large mix-up of libraries that are convenient for everyday life, like, I don't know, pass name or JSON and so on, and for libraries that are suited in very particular purpose. Some of them are outdated. Then there are such a huge massive of docs that some aspects became contradicting each other. If you'll try to go through the file docs and then temp file docs and try to understand all the options with which you can read or write files or temp files and so on, you'll most likely be lost. And the last but not least and very important problem is the actuality on documentation. As my hobby project, I am working on an annotated list of all the changes in recent Ruby versions. I started the work at version 2.6, then I covered 2.7 and went back to 2.4 and 2.3. And documenting the changes in each version, even as old as 2.3, it's like 5 years. I found stuff that was in the changelog, which is good useful things, but which are not in current documentation. People are trying to fix it. Some of it is already fixed. Some of it is discussed how to fix, and so on. In general, our docs like they deserve more love. When I started to learn Ruby, like almost 20 years ago, the go-to thing was the Programming Ruby book by pragmatic programmers. It was really awesome as a documentation and explanation for the whole language. It started with really simple stuff and went all the way to reference to entire language and reference to entire library, and it was super helpful. It was my go-to PDF for several years. Unfortunately, the book haven't been updated for the next version, so the most recently available one, it is for 1.9 plus some things from 2.0, and since then Ruby changed significantly, and the preferred community style changed significantly, and now we have a lot of books that are helpful to different aspects, but we seem to not have a good overall reference. Can it be better? When well, we can look at our friends, our competitors. If you'll go to Python's docs, you'll see at the documentation side a helpful list of very actual links to documents to current versions. And if you go through the reference link, you'll see the structured reference for all the language aspects, starting from simple exams and going all the way through the library. If you'll go to Rust site, you'll see the same. If you'll go to Elixir site, if you'll go to PHP site, most of the languages in existence, I'll just stop here, but there were more slides with other languages. What can be done? What is, let's say, humanly possible to do? So what we want is the reference, the thing that covers not some interesting aspects. Not like what is the documentation for this particular class I am working with currently, but the whole picture. And this whole picture that can be read like can be read from top to bottom, or accessed where you can easily find the parts you are interested in. And at this point, we still don't have at least official reference for the Ruby language, and not only language and the library, but also deeper aspects like how do you embed the Ruby in other program, how do you write an extension, and so on. But we know that we have like a great community. We know that people are super helpful on Reddit, on Twitter, on official mail list. When I was started, I was like really fascinated when I wrote to Ruby Talk mailing list, maybe like third week my studying of Ruby with, as I now understand, very dumb question and in very bad English, even worse than it is now. And I received the answer from Mats himself. He was not like too lazy or too looking from the top of the hill. He just answered, no, it works this way and that way. You can try this, and it would work. But the existence of the reference, it is important because it creates the programming languages image, not in public relations sense, though in public relations sense too, but more in a sense of how we perceive the language, how the newcomer starting to work with language perceives it, like whether they perceive it like something they can just read a book about and understand the how things are related, or they are picking up like this trick, that trick. Did you know blog posts and some random answers on Stack Overflow, and they became kind of proficient in the language, but still sometimes falling into a deep pits of, I don't know, differences between prots and lambdas, or how do you efficiently work with enumerators, and so on and so on. But it's not only a newcomer problem. It's a problem for pragmatic people who start to work grasp the basics, then start to work with real hard problem, and they're super smart and they're super pragmatic, and they know what they know about the language, and allow themselves to ignore the rest. But still those like pits, deep pits in understanding, those huge gaps, they are harmful for their work. Again, we know that most of the people nowadays come to Ruby to work with Rails, and we know that Rails have awesome documentation and some awesome books, but this creates some community which knows, let's say, Rails as a like quasi language better than Ruby itself. It's not like a bad thing. It's not like I'm saying they are, I don't know, dumb or not professional or something, but it's just harmful for their productivity, and Ruby is a language that is helpful for productivity. When people from other languages come to look at what interesting things that those Rubyists have, they are like, but where do I read about those things? This blog post, like it was cool. This I don't know, trick on hacker that I saw on Hacker News, it was cool, but how it is related to the whole Ruby situation, and it leads to discrepancy between how we perceive Ruby, because we know that it's one of the most consistent languages that I worked with. Let's say this to not be too global. It has like small core of really well designed features which provide a lot of expressiveness, but when you study such a language without super good reference, just by books, even good books and blog posts, sometimes you find yourself in a situation when you know that some things work and you even know how they work, but you don't understand why, and you maybe not can't see how some things that feel like very different, they're quite similar, and they all coming from the very small and consistent core. So we know that in the bigger community we are frequently perceived as people who are working with some quite esoteric things that are like cool and magical about this thing, but we'll better stick to another things which are not that magical. I am not saying that this situation, which is quite sad for me personally, that it's only due to lack of good docs, but I believe that this fact it contributes a lot. So, can we do it better? Obviously we can. Because we have a nice community. We want our language to prosper. We love it. We are proficient with it. We are proficient with explaining things. We are proficient with understanding what we don't understand and explaining it to each other. And when saying we here, I am not meaning like all dinosaurs like me who wrote in Ruby for like 15 years, we are so proficient, we'll help you. I am meaning the whole Ruby community, because it's so supportive, it's so helpful to each other, that the Ruby community as a whole, it's it's a powerful thing that can do better. So what exactly can be done? I understand that writing something about something in personal blog or at your company's blog, it is maybe more helpful for your personal image, more helpful for your personal relation with the world, but sometimes finding stuff that is not as good explained in official docs, which is not as good understood by newcomers or our colleagues, it is good to just stop right then and there, and at least think about how we can better describe this stuff to each other and to others. It is the most it is a bit harder than write just a blog posts, but make a standalone description as a small site, maybe just some GitHub pages, maybe some open repository with some markdown documentation. It's like a really good thing and really easy thing to do. A bit harder, but still pretty accessible to any of us, is expanding currently existing docs. It's just a small pull request to Ruby main repository, and the maintainers, they are very accepting to pull request, expanding documentation, and I saw a lot of people doing just their small part, just like maybe fix syntax of one outdated example, and you'll make the life of everybody around you slightly better. Another thing that is probably harder to do, but still I'd like to see people doing it. Is we have a lot of docs already existing, but as I shown, and you can see by yourself going to official documentation sites, it can be just done better, meaning for having the stuff more discoverable, for having the stuff like more readable, just for having the stuff to look more modern, so people coming to our documentation would not be like taken aback by, oh, this documentation was written 10 years ago, probably it's all outdated and not interesting. And the last but not least, I believe that the whole problem of the language documentation in general, language basics, language reference, it can and should be handled by the community, but like it's not easy. Why it's not easy to handle the documentation as a whole? Because to be honest, this work is not as thankful, as rewarding as even contributing to language with like new code, new methods, new ideas, and so on. Because by the very nature of documentation, those who see it now in the current state, they appreciate it as it is. If you enhance it, if you work on it, and the next version will be documented better, well, it would be appreciated as it is. It's hard to find the point when everybody says, okay, this new cool documentation is like new and cool. But I believe that just making things better is somehow a reward in itself. And the last big problem is probably this effort requires some, I don't know, working groups, some guidelines, and so on. Currently, it works the way that somebody contributes docs, and if they are readable, if they are better than before, they are merged. It sometimes it leads that to fact that docs for different classes and methods, they are written in really different styles with different levels of detailization and so on. And the core features documentation, it's hard to contribute to without always returning to the whole picture. I tried to do something about it myself. There is a thing that I'm calling the Ruby reference. Obviously, it is not the reference in the meaning that it's not official, but at least it is a reference that exists now on the internet and looks more or less like as a reference to the whole language. I did not wrote this thing myself. It is like impossible task for one person. But what I found out when I started to work on it, that most of the Ruby is already documented. So my project was to just gather it all in some logical structure, in some modern looking site. So it would look like the documentation that other languages have, that I'd like Ruby to have. But that's just one effort, just one aspect of the things, and a lot of people working on a lot of things to improving it. It's obviously it's hard to name everybody. Obviously, it's hard to name all the dozens and hundreds of people who are working on, but I'd like to some shout out at least to some of them. To the guy who maintains rubydoc.org, which is just the rendering of the official docs, which is, in my opinion, like a bit better than the official rendering, which is docs.rubylang.org, and maintains it through years and makes it running. to the guy who maintains the new site rubyapi.org. It's not the reference, but it's very handy, modern, and searchable official documentation again, but it's much easier to navigate than official docs. To the guy who maintains the site documentation, documenting the situation with standard library gamification, which gems are where, how to maintain them, what are the new efforts, what are the state, and so on. To the guy who maintains very detailed reference to C API of Ruby and how to do things when you are embedding Ruby in your C program, or how to write your Ruby gems in C. And like, there are a lot of people who are really awesome, who work on different aspects, who merge new and shiny docs for standard classes. I just stumbled on Reddit on some guy who, like, 77 years old, and he loves Ruby, and he loves documentation so much that he merged, I believe, and it would be in a future version, new and very helpful and detailed docs for most of the core classes, with much more friendly explanations and detailed examples than they grew through years. So like, everybody who at least once tried to explain something about Ruby to everybody else, they are just awesome, and I urge, like, all of you to participate in this. And I especially, it is especially important that I am talking not only to, like, my fellow dinosaurs, but if you are a novice, your perspective is super precious, because for guys who work with Ruby for many years, for guys who maintain Ruby, it's sometimes really hard to see which things are hard to understand, which things are explained in too technical details. So the novice's perspective, the new folks' perspective, it's precious, and it should be shared in any manner that you see suitable. Just like a ticket in official Ruby bug tracker, like saying, why is this that? I don't understand from the documentation. Cannot be explained this way. It would be helpful for all of us. So yeah, I think that this it's what I wanted to say. Let's make Ruby documented better, and let's make it prosper. Thank you.
Nice. I would say thank you very much. I think, well, you made a fantastic point. Well, of course, we have a chat. People can ask questions in there, so we're always looking there, and we are listening to the talks and thinking, well, what can we ask ourselves? And the thing is, well, it's quite clear that you have a thing with poetry, maybe already for 37 years, because, well, you're speaking, well, your verbal skills are excellent. But not only that, it's clear you've been mentoring, because the point you're raising, everybody. I mean, Phil Nash, for the talk on passwords, he was just like, yeah, I'm just nodding all the time, and that's exactly what I feel myself as well. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And what I also think is quite interesting, you raised a point that well, you could write a blog, you could even improve your company's blog, but why don't you just improve everyone's lives? And for me, that means you're actually making sure that everyone can be helped by all the energy we as developers put in it. So Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, I think for everyone watching now, this is the moment that you think, oh yeah, I've had that idea that I should have a blog already for the last 7 years. You're dinosaurs, like you're saying, or 12 years, like you're saying. But that we don't need that blog, that we can actually make life better for everyone, especially the people beginning, even if they're beginners of 77 years old. I'd like to say thank you a lot. It was a very enlightening talk. Everyone, for everyone who plays, start improving documentation for Ruby. Really. Thank you, Victor.
Thank you.
So now it's, well, your pizza is getting delivered in 2 more minutes because it's 5 minutes past 6. That means that on the main track, Half-Byte, Nerd and Nerd Disco are going to make sure we can, well, stretch our limbs a bit. I need it. Maybe you saw it on the main track already. I was just stretching here a bit and I thought, oh, they can see my butt. Anyway, so I need some disco. At 18:30, we'll return here on the community track. We have Sean here. They have a presentation on learning empathy from a bug, and that's going to be very enjoyable. We'll see each other minutes before 6:30. Doei. Right. Nice. I don't know if you've been listening to those beats, but I have. So, anyway, touche. Nice. So, I'm very happy to see you all back here for the continuation of the community track. So, Sean is here. They have a presentation on learning empathy from a bug. Sean is a former Rails committer, and they now co-lead the team responsible for crates.io. That's the package repository for Rust, if you've never played with that. And then so I asked a few questions because, well, I'm quite old already, so I thought, well, how is that thing? Because this talk is about Pokemon Blue. Well, you can make mistakes, I've heard, but you can also do it really well. But I've learned that Pokemon is both singular and plural. So I've learned way better things today already, by the way. But this talk is heavy on
better than learning about Pokemon?
And heavy on Pokemon, plural. Sean, come in.
I was just saying, sorry, what's better than learning about Pokemon? All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Sean Griffin. I was hoping that there would be a Zubat emoji for y'all to spam in chat, but there isn't. So there will be a point. You will know when it is time. Here, you can see my Twitter handle on the slide. Please @ me with just all of the pictures of Zubats. I would appreciate that very much. Text encoding is really hard, so sometimes my name is spelled like this. My pronouns are they, them, and let's talk about Pokemon. The first Pokemon game was made by a small team for Japanese audiences. The game was made on a really tiny budget, and the programming team was only 4 people. In 1996, Pokemon Red and Green were released, and sales vastly exceeded expectations. Later that year, an updated version was released in Japan with improved graphics and more polish. After it was clear that this game was far more popular than anybody expected, there was a mad rush to localize it for international audiences. 2 years later, in 1998, Pokemon Red and Blue were released to the rest of the world and would go on to become the highest grossing media franchise of all time, eclipsing even Mickey Mouse and Hello Kitty. And even if you've never played Pokemon, I'll wager you've seen this one before. This is an actual picture of Ryan Reynolds from 1998. Okay, not really. This is Pikachu. By far the most famous Pokemon. But there was a close second. This is missingno. Missingno is a glitch Pokemon, and you could only encounter this Pokemon through a glitch. But the thing is, everybody knew about it. One of the things I find most fascinating about this glitch is how widespread it was. In a survey I ran, 87% of people who owned the game knew about the glitch when it was still relevant. And about 80% of those people heard about it through word of mouth, not the internet. And there was a good reason so many people knew about this bug. Missingno could duplicate items. Now, the glitch had a lot of names. Some people called it the Missingno glitch. Some people called it the item dupe glitch. At my school, it was called the rare candy glitch, since most people used it to duplicate an item with that name. It made your Pokemon more powerful when you used it, so it was a really desirable item to duplicate. Let's take a look at how you perform the glitch. We start off in Viridian City, one of the earliest areas in the game. We're going to talk to this old man, and we'll tell him that we're not in a hurry. Oh. We're really not in a hurry because I did that slide transition too early. He will then take us into a tutorial where he's going to show us how to catch Pokemon. And we're going to go to this screen, which looks like the usual battle screen. And there's going to be a Weedle that shows up, and he's going to go ahead and catch it. We actually are in a little bit of a hurry, so we're not going to watch this whole thing. After this tutorial finishes, we need to go to a place called Cinnabar Island, and we're going to use Pokemon's fast travel system. Now, this being the Gen 1 Pokemon games, the way we fast travel is by just turning into a bird and flying off into the distance. Once we get there, we need to go onto these water tiles. And again, this being the Gen 1 Pokemon games, we're going to do that by transforming into some sort of seal thing. I don't know. The 90s were weird. We're going to go up and down this coast, and eventually we will get an encounter with the wild Pokemon. Now, if you play these games, this pause right there is way longer than it normally would be, and we'll get into that more later. Now here we see our friend missingno. It's level 168, which is far higher than you're supposed to be able to encounter in the game. The highest level you can encounter normally is 100. We immediately run away, and I'm going to open my inventory and go down to the 6th item, which had rare candies, and I have flower 2 of them. I had 4 rare candies before doing the glitch, so I guess the flower is how it renders 13, because this glitch just gave me 128 rare candies. 128 plus 4 is 132, so 13 is flower. Who knew? Now, if you've never seen this glitch before, this probably seems like an extremely random sequence of events for such a specific outcome. And it is. But we'll break down each piece of this. As with most major glitches, there's no single bug that's responsible here. This happens because of a bunch of different bugs, and in most cases you can't even really call them bugs, just properties of the code being used in unexpected ways. Now I do want to state up front, I did not work on this game, nor have I interviewed the programmers who did. But I have spent a lot of time looking at disassemblies of the game, and I think we can infer a lot about what the intent of the programmer was from looking at the code. And we also know a lot about the constraints that they worked under. But I do want to make it clear that a lot of this is speculation. So with that out of the way, let's start going through each of the pieces of this glitch. The first thing you might be asking is, what's up with that weird coast tile? Why do we go there specifically? So this is what a tile that the player occupies in the game looks like. The game works on a sort of grid system. The player can go one tile to the left, right, up, or down. This is what that tile looks like when we remove the player. This isn't how the game views the world. The game actually views the world at a little bit higher resolution. And one tile that the player occupies is actually 4 subtiles. For the middle tile, where the player would normally be, these are the coordinates of those subtiles. The upper left corner is 8, 8, and the bottom right corner is 9, 9. Now, to understand why these coast tiles are so important, let's look at the code, or at least a Ruby equivalent of the code that's responsible for determining if you run into a wild Pokemon or not. So this is certainly not the code. The Game Boy game was not written in Ruby. It was written in assembly, but I have translated to Ruby here to make it a little bit easier to read. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to load up that bottom right tile that the player is standing on. We're going to assign it to the tile variable. And then we need to get the encounter rate, the percentage chance that we have to run into a random Pokemon each step. If the tile is a grass tile, we're going to grab the grass encounter rate for the current area. If it's a water tile, we're going to grab the water encounter rate for the current area. Otherwise, we're just going to exit out because the player cannot encounter a wild Pokemon. Then we're going to actually do some math and determine if a wild encounter occurs. I've commented that out here because it's not super relevant to the glitch. Then we're going to load up the tile that the player is standing on again. But this time it's going to be the bottom left subtile instead of the bottom right subtile. And then we once again check to see if it is water. And if it's water, then we're going to pick a water Pokemon for the current area to encounter. Otherwise, we're going to pick a grass Pokemon. Now, the bug stands out pretty clearly here. We are loading tile twice, and when we are determining if an encounter can happen, we look at the bottom right subtile. But when we're determining what Pokemon we run into, we look at the bottom left. So whenever we're on a tile like this, where the bottom right is water and the bottom left is land, as we're going up and down this coast, the game is continuously doing these calculations, thinking that we can encounter a Pokemon because of the water, but then when we get an encounter, we'll encounter a grass Pokemon because of the land. Now, this bug stands out like a sore thumb when I translate it to Ruby. The thing is, Ruby isn't assembly, and we lose a bit of important context when we translate this code to Ruby. This bug stands out in the Ruby code in part because I can show you these two lines on the same screen. They're relatively close together. In the assembly, though, this commented out bit of code is actually a heck of a lot longer, and these two lines are more like 50 lines apart. You wouldn't see them at the same time. And that detail alone is a reason to me that I could see this slipping through code review. If I can't see these two lines next to each other, I don't know that I would have spotted this bug. There's an additional piece of important information though, because in Ruby we wouldn't ever assign tile twice. We already assigned it up on the first line. Why would we need to load it up again? And in Ruby, we could just have however many variables we want. The VM just handles where those get stored for us. But in assembly, it doesn't quite work like that. In assembly, things get stored either on the stack or in a register. There wasn't really anything that was equivalent to the heap in Ruby on this Z80 assembly that the game was written in. They did store things at very specific addresses in memory, but that's really not useful here for these sort of throwaway calculations, these local variables. They could put things on the stack, but their stack was only 207 bytes, which is absurdly tiny. So they pretty much only ever used it when they absolutely needed to. The audio playback subroutines were a good example of this. So for the most part, when you needed what you would use a local variable for in Ruby, you would need to put something in a register. And a register is sort of like a global mutable variable for your CPU. You have a limited number of them. And for the Z80, they had, depending on who you ask, 7, but 3 of those had very specific constraints about how they could be used. So really, you only had 4 registers that were 100% general purpose, where you could just use them for anything. And could you write your whole program with only 4 global variables and not introduce bugs like this? I certainly couldn't. Okay, so we can encounter grass Pokemon when we're on these water tiles, but how is that useful to us? We don't just want to encounter random grass Pokemon, we want 128 rare candies. So we need to go further and pair this bug with something else to help us exploit it. So next, let's look at the code that runs when you enter a new area. We had that variable that I referred to in the last set of code called current area, and that gets modified a few times. Whenever we switch areas, we're going to go to some global section of memory where all of the grass encounter tables are stored. This is the list of the percentage chance that you have to run into a grass Pokemon and all of the Pokemon you can run into. So we're going to grab the rate for the area with our current area ID. And then we're going to check if it's greater than 0. And if it is, then we copy that whole table over to the current area's grass encounter table. And if the grass encounter rate is 0, for example, because you're in a city or an area that is only water and there is no grass, we just don't do anything. Whatever was stored there before will continue to be stored there. That's why we specifically do this on Cinnabar Island. Because we can fast travel to any town, it's easy for us to get to this coast in particular without ever passing through an area with grass Pokemon. And as long as we go to one of these coast tiles without entering a zone that has a grass encounter table, we'll just keep whatever was there. And this was really useful. There was a specific spot in the original Pokemon games called the Safari Zone, where there were some really valuable Pokemon to catch. But it used its own special encounter mechanics, and everybody hated it. And people would have loved if we could just use the normal encounter mechanics for those Pokemon. And with this bug, you can. You just go into the Safari Zone, the grass encounter table for the Safari Zone gets loaded up, and then you fly to Cinnabar Island. And on these coast tiles, you can catch Safari Zone Pokemon. And this was called the Fight Safari Zone Pokemon glitch. And that was really useful and became pretty widespread. But that's not enough for us. We don't just want Safari Zone Pokemon. We want 128 rare candies. So if we're going to do that, we need to go even further and have some data in the grass encounter table that isn't a real grass encounter table. Now, when this bug was first discovered, it actually wasn't performed the way that I demonstrated it to you. It was done by going to an NPC trainer, a non-player character, and trading Pokemon with them. The game had a mechanic where, with your friends, you could give them a Pokemon and you would get a Pokemon in return. And throughout the game, there were several NPCs who would trade with you, so you could still do this trading mechanic even if you didn't have any friends, like me. Now, for some reason, every single NPC that you could trade with was called Trainer and just Trainer. They didn't really have names. And when you go into a trade, they need a place to store the name of the person you're trading with. Now, they reused a lot of sections of memory in the game, and they end up storing this in the grass encounter table. Now, understand what all of this means. Let's look more concretely at how a grass encounter table is represented in memory. The grass encounter table for the current area that the player is in was stored at memory address D887. Everything on the Game Boy just had very specific memory addresses, and this was the memory address for the grass encounter table. The first byte was that rate, how likely the player is to run into a wild Pokemon. The lower the number, the more likely they are to encounter a Pokemon every time they take a step. Then we had 20 bytes, a series of pairs for each slot in this table. The first byte was the level of the Pokemon you could run into, and the second byte was the ID of that Pokemon. And each slot corresponded to a specific percentage chance of encountering that Pokemon. The first two slots were about 20%, the next slot was about 15%, the next three were about 10%, and so on and so on. So let's look at what happens when we look at the grass encounter table for a real zone. At the address CFA3, you will find the encounter table for a real zone in the game, Mount Moon. So when we start copying this over, we copy over the byte 10 first. That means we have a really high chance of encountering Pokemon. And then the first three Pokemon you can run into are all Zubats. And then A9, looks like a rocky Zubat to me. And then once we finish copying this over, you might notice something interesting about this grass encounter table. It's all Zubat. I don't know. I guess the developers were like, hey, maybe we should put some Pokemon here. And they were like, oops, nope, all we've got is Zubat. And then kids would just walk through this area, and every 3 steps they'd run into a new Zubat, and they'd go to sleep, and they would just be haunted by these hordes of Zubat. And actually, I'm sorry. Can y'all hold on for just 1 second? Hey, have you not seen the news? There's a pandemic going on outside. Come on. Thank you. Zubats, I swear. All right, where were we? So once we finish copying over the encounter table for Mount Moon, we have, just a lot of Zubats. Cool. So now let's look at what happens when we copy over the name trainer. Because whenever you perform a trade, the name of the person that you're trading with gets stored at the same address in memory. So Pokemon Blue had a really interesting text encoding where there was a control character for print the word trainer. So trainer was actually just a single byte. Names were always 11 bytes, so the rest of this name is just 80, the end of name control character. And that happens to map to missingno. And so this was a really cool way to do the glitch, because you would end up with an encounter table that was all missingnos, level 80 missingno to be specific. Trainer gets copied into the word trainer gets copied into the encounter rate, and that just ends up getting ignored because we use the water encounter rate anyway because of that other bug that we looked at. And so this is a really useful way to perform the glitch. There is a trainer in Cinnabar Island that you can trade with to get this encounter table. The issue with doing it this way is you can only do that trade once. So you can encounter missingnos right after doing the trade, but then as soon as you go into an area with grass Pokemon, this is just lost forever. You can never trade with that trainer again. So you can get 128 rare candies, and that's all well and good, but we want even more. We want infinite rare candies. Rare candies are delicious, and we want to be able to go get them whenever we want. So the final step to get our rare candies whenever we feel like it is called the Old Man glitch. It's called the Old Man glitch because, well, his name is Old Man. You can see it. It's printed on screen. The fact that his name is Old Man actually isn't important. What's really important here is that he has a name. Everything about Pokemon was optimized for code size above all else. They needed their code to occupy as little space on the cartridge as possible so that they could fit on a smaller cartridge. If your code was too big, you would need to double the amount of ROM on the cartridge, and that was expensive. When Pokemon was originally being written, they just didn't have the budget to do that. So while if you were writing this today, you might have this tutorial just go through a dedicated piece of code for doing the tutorial, if you care more about code size, you can do it much more easily by just adding a few conditionals to, hey, if this is the tutorial, reject player input here. And because they're going through, and that's exactly what they did. This is just going through the same code as a normal battle. And that means that code gets executed that does things like print out the player's name. But it's not printing the player's name, it's printing old man. So that means that the string old man ended up getting stored where the player's name was, which means that we need to pick somewhere to temporarily store the player's name. So where did they do that? You guessed it, the grass encounter table. So to demonstrate this bug to you, I set my name to Hi Sean, and let's take a look at what happens when we interpret that as a grass encounter table. So we copy over the H first, and again, that's just going to get ignored, so we don't mind. I is 168, and A is missingno, or S is missingno, and then I is again 168, and A is, hey, it's also missingno. And then we got level 174, it's another missingno, and wouldn't you know it, my whole name is missingnos. It's almost like I specifically chose that name because it would make it really easy to demonstrate this glitch for all of you. Crazy. Now, one thing you might have noticed, though, is each of these missingnos came from a different letter in my name. They have a different internal ID, which is weird because it's all the same Pokemon. So let's talk about what a missingno actually is. Contrary to what you might think, it's not a single Pokemon. There are actually 39 distinct Pokemon which are called missingno. And it's not just reading garbage data. Even though its sprite is clearly garbage, it has a well-defined name. It's printing out the string missingno. It's not like there's a way that you can programmatically say, hey, is this chunk of memory real data or not? If so, print missingno. Like, this must be coming from some table somewhere where they are explicitly expecting missingno to be the name of a Pokemon. A lot of its other attributes are well defined as well. Really, only its sprite is actually garbage data. So to understand why some of its attributes are garbage, but others aren't, we need to see how Pokemon are stored in the code. When most people think of a list of Pokemon, they think of the order they appear in the Pokedex, the in-game encyclopedia. Every Pokemon has a number associated with it, and they're loosely ordered in the order that you would encounter them in the game. That's not how they're stored in the code. When most people think of the Pokemon with the ID of 1, they think of Bulbasaur. But actually, the Pokemon with the internal ID of 1 is called Rhydon. In the code, most of the data related to Pokemon is stored in the order the Pokemon were created. The game was originally supposed to have 190 Pokemon, but it shipped with 151. 40 of them were either cut or saved for a later generation, and 1 was added at the very last second. And missingno is what's stored in the slots where the cut Pokemon were supposed to be. So for the most part, the entries for missingno are always zeroed out, but there are some exceptions, like its name. So for anything that's ordered by internal ID, we're going to get well-defined but zeroed out data. So for example, the list of Pokedex IDs, which is going to be stored in internal ID, missingno's Pokedex ID is going to be 0. And so because of that, for anything stored in Pokedex order, we're going to get garbage. And let's look at why. So I've got a global variable here called monData, and that's what's called a Pokemon base stats table. And this includes a pointer to where the sprite is stored on the cartridge. And this is an example of something that's stored in Pokedex order. So like I said earlier, the Pokedex ID for missingno is 0. So the game needs to look up what a Pokemon's Pokedex number is from its internal ID. Now, we need to convert that from this Pokedex ID to an actual index in an array. And since the Pokedex starts at 1, we need to subtract 1 from that. Now in Ruby, of course, this would just give us -1 because we don't have concrete integer types. We just have our magic number that does very lovely things to keep us from encountering bugs like this. But in assembly, this was a 1-byte unsigned integer. And so when you subtract 1 from 0, you get the maximum value for that, which is 255. And then the array that we're indexing into only has 151 entries in it. Now, again, in Ruby, this would just give us nil because Ruby does a lot of great things to make us never have to worry about bugs like this. But in assembly, that's just not how it works. So instead of getting nil back, we just get whatever was stored after the end of this array. And that's a bug known as a buffer overrun. It's one of the most common memory safety security vulnerabilities out there. In the case of the data that has the sprite for missingno, the place that in memory that it ends up reading is the middle of the data for some NPC trainers parties on Route 17. And when you interpret that as a pointer, it points to some random code that's related to how the Safari zone works. So that glitch sprite that you see for missingno is what happens if you interpret that code as an image. But most data isn't stored in Pokedex order, so we get mostly valid data. And ironically, the Pokedex itself is one of the things that's not stored in Pokedex order. It's stored in internal order. So missingno even has a valid Pokedex entry. Well, almost. Its entry wasn't localized, and the structure is slightly different than the Japanese version. So we can see the height and description are valid, but then it's got like a random number for weight. The structure in the international version for these was slightly different than how they structured it in the Japanese version. So when it wasn't localized, it just gets interpreted wrong. But if we look at the Japanese entry, we can see there's valid data here. Missingno is the question mark Pokemon. It has a placeholder, height and weight, 10 kilograms, and the height is 10 decimeters. For some reason, they stored height in decimeters. I don't know. And that comment translates to comment to be written. Now, for the most part, missingnos all have the same data. They just have zeros. But there are some differences between the different missingnos. In fact, a bunch of them have unique data. 9 of them have cries, the sound that a Pokemon makes when you first encounter it, that aren't zeros. A few of these entries also had real sprites associated with them. There were some special cases throughout the game where they needed to show Pokemon sprites in the place where they would normally show a real Pokemon, but the sprite they wanted to show wasn't actually attached to any real Pokemon. So they used a few of the missingnos to store that information. These versions of missingno would only show up if you had a lowercase w, x, or y in your name, though, so most people would never see them. But that's a really important detail, is which versions of missingno you could see and how you would encounter them were based on your name, because your name is what's getting interpreted as that grass encounter table to make this glitch possible. This is also why, depending on what your name was, you might have seen high-level real Pokemon in addition to missingno. All of the printable characters in their text encoding start at 128, which is the opposite of ASCII and every modern text encoding we use today, where the first 128 characters are what's printable. But that meant that no matter what your name was, the characters that ended up in the spots for Pokemon's level would always be higher than they were supposed to. And depending on what your name was, the characters that were in the spots for ID might have mapped to missingno, or they might have mapped to Oddish or some other real Pokemon. You could also get some weird glitched out trainer battles with this glitch, but those only appeared if you had punctuation in your name. So I don't think very many people were aware of that. I had no idea until I started doing research for this talk. Now you might be asking, if the encounter table was based on your name, why could everybody do the glitch? Surely it must be possible to have a name that didn't map to missingno at all. And this is sort of true. It was possible to have a name that didn't include missingno, but even if that was the case, you could still get 128 rare candies. And it was pretty unlikely for you to have a name that didn't include missingno for a couple of reasons. The first is that the control character that was used for end of name, which is stored as 80 in decimal, that was one of the IDs of a missingno. So if your name was an even number of characters, you could always encounter a missingno no matter what. Because if your name was an even number of characters, the 80 that was the end of your name would end up in the slot for a Pokemon's ID. But a lot of players didn't even pick their own name. They just used one of the preset ones that were offered to you. And by pure luck, every single one of those names had the right characters for missingno. So if you used one of the preset names, you wouldn't be able to encounter missingno. And it wasn't even really luck, though, because the characters for missingno were really common. They included things like uppercase S, H, and M, and most of the lowercase vowels. So the odds of you having one of these characters in the right place were really high. But even then, there was a catch-all. Every custom name could at least encounter missingno's sister Pokemon, Tick-M. And we call it Tick-M because those are the only characters in its name that you can actually say. Now, even though Tick-M and missingno have the same sprite, Tick-M is different. As you can probably tell from the weird characters in its name and its decision not to wear a mask, everything about Tick-M is garbage. The graphics that appear in its name will change based on things like your party's stats or your position on the map. Tick-M is what you get for internal ID 0, so you're going to get garbage data even for data that isn't stored in Pokedex order, because no matter what, you will get that underflow. Tick-M had a few interesting differences from missingno. Its cry will randomly change based on what screen you're on, since it's reading some random piece of memory, and not zeros. It could also evolve into Kangaskhan, so I guess this is what a baby Kangaskhan looked like. You could also lock up your game by catching it. But if your goal was just to get your 128 rare candies, it didn't matter if you saw missingno or Tick-M. The end result was the same. So let's look at why this duplicates items. Why just running away from these Pokemon will cause the 6th item in your inventory to get duplicated. This has to do with what happens after you encounter a Pokemon. This all has to do with that Pokedex that we mentioned earlier. Its function in the game is to keep track of every Pokemon that you've seen or caught. Any Pokemon that appears on this list is one that you've seen. A little ball icon next to its name means that it's been caught. This gets stored in memory as a bitmap, which is kind of like an array of Booleans, but instead of taking up 1 byte for each entry, it only takes a single bit. So 1 byte can hold 8 Booleans. As you might have guessed, this array is stored in Pokedex order. So when you encounter missingno, we have that underflow, and so the 0 turns into a 255, and the end result is that the game tries to mark that you've encountered a hypothetical 256th Pokemon. But since there are only 151 Pokemon in the game, this ends up writing past the space that they used to store which Pokemon you've encountered. Immediately after your Pokedex data in RAM is your inventory. Because there are 151 Pokemon, that means that you have to round that up to a multiple of 8 to get to a number of bytes. So the number of byte, the place that they end up writing is the 13th byte after the end of your Pokedex. The way the inventory is structured is there's 1 byte for the number of items that in your inventory, followed by 1 byte for each item's ID and 1 byte for its quantity in alternating pairs. So that 13th byte ends up being the quantity of the 6th item in your inventory. So another way of saying it sets the high bit of the 13th byte after the end of the Pokedex. An easier way to say that is it adds 128 of that item as long as you had less than 128 before. If you'd beaten the game when you did this glitch, you would also find that the place where it stored the team that you beat the game with, known as the Hall of Fame, was now corrupted. This is caused by missingno's sprite. Remember when I pointed out the pause at the start of the fight was abnormally long? This is why. Because of the amount of space they needed to deal with sprite information, sprites get decompressed on the cartridge's storage, not on the console's memory. The space that they used for this is large enough for a 7x7 sprite, which is the largest that appears in the game, but the data it tries to read for missingno's sprite says that it's 13x13. So this ends up giving you that characteristic stair-step pattern that missingno has, and it writes way past the end of the buffer that was intended for this subroutine. And when they go way past that, they go overwrite the Hall of Fame. Now, because missingno's sprite is reading from ROM, not RAM, it's reading from code on the cartridge. This means that the data it was overwritten with was consistent for everybody. Although the data that would write would do things like put the control character for print the player's rival in the name. So like a lot of people would see an Ammonite named Gary, but Gary was just a very common name for a rival. It could be anything. Now, this bug would have been avoided if there was some bounds checking in the sprite decompression. But again, everything in this game was optimized for code size. If you're only dealing with a known set of trusted inputs, the real sprites for the real Pokemon, omitting those bounds checks seems perfectly reasonable. The only reason this code misbehaved was because of an unrelated bug that caused it to start getting garbage data. But when this subroutine got a real Pokemon sprite, it always behaved as it was supposed to. Now, those are the only two abnormal effects of the encounter, but there's some misinformation around there. This glitch spread through word of mouth, primarily. That means that a lot of false rumors or half-truth rumors spread around, so I'd like to address a few of those. The biggest piece of misinformation you probably heard was don't catch missingno or it'll corrupt your save. And this is just straight up false. There's no reason that you can't catch a missingno. There's nothing about it that can't be saved normally. I think the source of this misinformation is a very specific problem that can arise with TickM. In the games, you can bring up to 6 Pokemon with you in your party. And if you catch another one, when your party is full, it gets sent to storage. Whenever you open up the storage system, the game has to recompute all of the stats for the stored Pokemon. And there's a bug in this calculation that will cause an infinite loop if it tries to compute them for level 0 Pokemon. And since everybody with a custom name could encounter a level 0 TickM, and it probably went to storage if you caught it because you most likely had 6 Pokemon by this point, I think this was the source of that rumor. Another thing you might have heard is that catching missingno will cause all sorts of graphical glitches, and Nintendo even put out an official statement saying to try releasing it to fix the scrambled graphics. And if that doesn't work, you need to restart your game. And just all of that is nonsense. There's this very specific mirroring effect you can cause if you view the stats screen for missingno. But this only affects a specific sprite, and it goes away if you view the stat screen for any normal Pokemon. There were some bigger glitches if you had a missingno in the follow-up game Pokemon Yellow, but the glitch that let you encounter missingno in the first place was fixed in that game, so I don't think that had anything to do with this rumor. Finally, encountering missingno wouldn't save your game. I'm really surprised this rumor even exists because it's so easy to verify as false. You just load up a save and go run into one and reset without saving, and you'll see, no, it did not save your game. I think the source of this one was an N64 game called Pokemon Stadium. It had an emulator that included the early Pokemon games, and it displays saved on screen whenever anything was written to the cartridge's storage. So when that buffer overrun happened and the Hall of Fame gets corrupted, I think that would make the word save appear on screen. And so that was maybe the source of this, but that would only happen if you were playing on the N64. Now that we've seen every piece of this glitch, we can see that it was just a bunch of really small, seemingly benign interactions between unrelated bits of code. No individual piece of this glitch stands out to me as insane or something that obviously would have been stopped in code review. When you combine all of this together, you get one of the most famous glitches of all time. But it's not the result of some horrendously bad coding or lack of QA. Every piece of this glitch was relatively benign by itself, or was just due to some completely unrelated part of the code interacting with it in some unexpected way. And all this was handwritten in assembly under massive space constraints. Every instruction they wrote mattered. If I had to work under those constraints, I certainly wouldn't have done better than they did. And I don't think any person watching this would have either. A phrase I've heard from folks who make fun of these glitches is completely broken. I think we should just remove that term from our vocabularies. In this case, and many others, it's likely the software was developed under some constraints that we're not aware of, and we wouldn't do better in the same circumstances. These days, it's almost certainly not going to be because of the assembly language that we're working in. It's more likely your company pivoted and you're now trying to salvage this code base to do something completely different, or your deadline moved. Either way, there's always some constraint that leads to these sort of decisions being made. To me, a lot of this glitch just boils down to because assembly. It's easy for us to take the technologies we have at our disposal today for granted. Today, code size is rarely a hard constraint, certainly not for Ruby developers. We don't care how much code we're putting on our web servers, more often than not. In lower level languages, it sometimes matters because of how CPU caches work, but it's really only a thing that you do for very specific optimizations. You're not in 2020 going to be writing a program where this has to be under 20 kilobytes or we can't ship. And we run our code on machines powerful enough that we can use languages like Ruby, which has all sorts of safety checks in it to prevent these bugs, and we just never give it another thought. But in 1996, just use Ruby wasn't an option. Even just using C wasn't an option. I'm glad we don't live in that world anymore. There's a really high quality disassembly of the game, which I used to research this talk. It doesn't have the comments that the real source code would have, but it was an invaluable tool for preparing this talk. If you're interested in how the original Pokemon games worked, I highly recommend checking it out. And a huge shout out to the people who worked on it. I could not have done this talk without you. Thank you so much. My partner co-authored this talk with me. She did a lot of work doing research and on the slides. She's also hopefully going to be giving this at a few conferences. Tess, I love you. Thank you so much for working on this talk with me. It was an absolute blast. I will be around for questions immediately following this talk, but if you are watching a recording of this in the future, hi, person in the future, I hope things are going better for you. Here's my contact info. Please feel free to reach out or send me pictures of Zubats. Thanks.
Yes, as far as I know, yes, we can talk now. So I saw so many Pokemon wearing face masks. I thought we should better.
Yes, Pokemon follow public health orders.
Somewhere at, well, the middle of the talk now, even earlier already, I thought, how the hell did you get to the bottom of this, which you shared at the very end? Thank you for that.
Yeah, the disassembly was really, really important. It doesn't have everything that the code would have, but you can still get a lot of useful information from it.
Yeah, clearly. And I think, well, you were somewhat over your slot, so we don't have a lot of time for Q&A.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
At least I'm very happy for you to point out how happy we are that we get to use high-level languages.
Yes. Ruby is amazing, and I'm so glad we get to write in it. Yeah, I'm so sorry that I went over time and we don't have time for questions, but please reach out on Twitter if you have any. I will be happy to answer them, or I will be in chat also.
Yeah, so keep an eye open for chat and clearly on Twitter.
Great. All right. Well, thank you so much for watching, everybody.
Thank you all. That was Dutch. So clearly we also have a developer dilemma. One of the questions we had is, I can get this thing off now, all those Pokemon are gone. One of the questions we had is, well, if you have to pick one, 100% CPU or 2% battery power. For me, that's clear because it's summer and 100% CPU will get really warm and 2% battery is not very warm. So I'll choose 2% battery. And I'm so happy to not be, well, part of the herd who chooses to have 100% CPU. On the other hand, 100% CPU is nice because you can probably improve it yourself. Anyway, let's have a look at our schedule. Right now, Miriam Toshino is coming up. She's a coding teacher. She's a programmer and she's a mom. And she's dedicated to making computers, well, more approachable, friendly even, and easy to understand. Not only to kids, but to, well, grown-ups. She even makes teaching approachable for grown-ups. Thank you for introducing me to Teaching Miriam. She's the author of Xeris and Ona, a book series that teaches young children about the digital world without the need for a screen.
Hello, Arno. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. And thank you to all the organizers for Noruko for having me today. I'm so happy to be here with you.
Thank you very much. Go for it.
Hello, everyone, and thank you all of you as well for being on the other side today. My name is Miriam Tocino. and I am a software developer, a programming teacher, and author of Theros and Ona. It is a book series that teaches young children about the digital world to get them excited about technology without the need for a screen and through the power of books. The inspiration for this book series came 3 years ago when I had my son, and I started thinking about the way in which I'd like to introduce him to the world of computers. One day, sitting in the living room, very late at night because our baby didn't sleep much, my husband and I, he works also in the tech industry, started saying, wouldn't it be cool if we read him stories happening inside a computer? About how computers do math or graphics or how the internet works? And what if they were told by a 0 and a 1? These are Theros and Ona, and they live inside your computer together with millions of other zeros and ones. It is the binary world. Now, I'm going to take it all the way back when I was a young kid, because actually, I haven't always been this passionate about computers. In fact, my dad always wanted me to go into computer science, but as a child, I thought computers were so gray and so boring, and I wanted to do something creative and something colorful and something that helped other people around me. So instead, I went to college and studied architecture. I worked as an architect for several years in different countries around Europe. And it wasn't until I met my husband, so my boyfriend at the time, that things started to shift for me. He is a game programmer and he loves his work. So very soon we started having conversations about programming and coding and very geeky stuff. And I especially remember one time that we were, I think it was also very late at night, talking about the difference between inheritance and composition. And I remember myself just loving all those design patterns conversations. So I started seeing how awesome this thing of being a programmer actually could be, potentially. It was during the summer of 2013, after some time living together, that I finally decided to quit my job as an architect, and I stayed at home for 6 months, teaching myself how to code through online courses. And yes, I've tried them all. I soon became a software developer and later on a programming teacher, where I showed other people how to switch careers too. It took me 29 years to find the creative, the colorful, and the human side of technology. And I don't want the same thing to happen to today's children. This is what happened some weeks ago. I attended a conference in the UK, the We Are Tech Women Conference. And in one of the chat rooms, this dad reached out to me. I have a 6-year-old girl who I love to get more into STEM, which stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. And he said, she already sees technology as a boy thing, regardless of how much I've tried. Any ideas on how I can encourage her into STEM? The first thing that happened was I time traveled like 30 years back when I was there with my dad, right? And he was not able to reach me. And during my research for Theros and Ona, and after speaking with many parents and teachers, I can tell you he's not the only one having this situation at home. It seems that still many girls see computers the way I did, as if they weren't for them. And with Theros and Ona, I want to intervene and save those girls. They are a tool that my dad didn't have years back when I was a child. This girl here, she's 4. And during one of our last events, I started reading together. I started reading with her, Theros Gets a Virus, which is the first book in the series. And suddenly, She went on alone and she started telling me all she knew about Trojans, worms, and bots, and how they might have infected Therus, and all the things they were trying to do. They were doing trying to cure him. And I was so surprised. And then talking with her parents, it turns out that she likes to read the book several times in the week. But my books aren't just for girls. It is important that we reach out to boys too. That's why I chose 2 characters for my series, a 0 and a 1, a boy and a girl, to reflect an equal relationship between them, to model collaboration and how to deal with computers together, for both girls and boys to identify with the characters. There is a big reason why I use illustration and storytelling to teach kids about computers. These are 2 of the things that I loved the most when I was little. And when learning something new, the vehicle of communication becomes as important as the topic that we are trying to teach. It enables us to reach our kids. The medium we use becomes an opportunity for connection. Here we can take the new book, Welcome to Our World, as an example. It is a short story written in the form of a poem. It tells the story of how Therus and Ona first met inside the computer. I'm working on the last pieces with a musician to turn it into a song too, and we are using some coding for some of the sounds. Really cool. Here's how the whole process would look like. You could start reading the book with the kids. You talk about 0s and 1s and bits and bytes, and they get to know Therus and Ona. Later on, they hear about the song. They learn it by heart, they sing it, and dance to it for a full week. Once they're singing the song, you could say, "Oh, did you know they use code to play the music? Let's see how they do that." And then you hop onto your computer, you show them some code pieces running and making sounds. And at this moment, they are already curious about it. And when it's time to learn some coding, your kids are already into it. Not every child needs to become a programmer, but they need to know that understanding computers and how they work will give them superpowers. It will become an important part of their toolkit to express themselves and create their own world in whatever way they choose. And here I want to tell you my personal experience. You could say that Therus and Ona bring together what I've been learning during the past 20 years of my life: the architecture, the programming, and the teaching. And I love that. But here's the thing. If you'd guessed to ask me which of these 3 things gave me the biggest confidence to move forward with the project, 100% it was my ability to code. Knowing that I was going to be able to build my own website, setting up the shop, the domain hosting, the email hosting, customizing liquid templates, gathering all those data from those products and putting it where I wanted, and everything that's to come in the future, knowing that I could take care of all of that by myself, it was such a boost. I bet you know what I'm talking about. And I think in this case, it gave me the mind space that I needed to be able to focus on the drawing, the color, and the story. That's why I believe that it is important now more than ever that we come up with fresh, exciting, and innovative ways to introduce the world of computers to our kids, to reach as many of them as we can. And for that, we need to make computers more approachable, friendly, and easy to understand. This picture here, it's a whiteboard from one of my classes. This is how my students learned about Rails. From my days as a teacher, I learned the importance of stories, especially when we are learning something new. And that's why during my classes, we talked about code as much as we coded. If you talk with some of my students, they can tell you how I very often say, close your laptops, it's time to talk. And I saw again and again how they normally felt more confident after they heard my stories about RESTful APIs, models, views, and controllers. And so with Terus and Ona, I thought about how I could bring some of those elements that I learned in my teaching into people's homes and help parents open up the conversation around tech. And for that, next to the book series, I created the ABC of Computers. It is a free newsletter to help you create your own collection of computer stories to tell at home. All the episodes are also on the website, and you can check them out at terusandona.com/ABC. All the episodes follow a similar structure. First, we start with something that's already familiar for the children, something from the world, something that they can relate to. In the example of what is the RAM, you could ask them to imagine how would it look like to live without memory? How awful would that be, right? And then you'd say, okay, so computers are just the same. They need a way to remember information, and the RAM helps them to do that. Then you're ready to dive deeper with them and learn something new. In this example, they learned how the RAM stores bits and bytes, and they'll hear for the first time about megas and gigas. After that, there's always some computer science history. I like to showcase the people and the ideas behind computer science, so we make computers more human and relatable. Last, it's exploration time. I always include unplugged activities to take all those learnings off the screen. Sometimes there are illustrations to color, like this one, the CPU map, or crosswords, like this one, the crosswords of Terus Gets a Virus, the first book, to see again some of the words that they learned with the book. And of course, I needed to have cutouts, because if you've ever had a 3-year-old in the house, you already know that their life is way more fun if they have a pair of scissors in their hands. This is what happens when you give those to them. I also ask them normally to create their own stories. And this boy here, he says he's writing the book number 2 of Terus and Ona. The best feedback, though, came in last week. Out of the blue, I got this email from a 9-year-old girl in the UK. Hi, I love all your stuff. Terus and Ona are so cute. I've colored the CPU map and cut out my Terus and Ona bits, and I'm making them a CPU home to live in. My brother gets your emails and he forwards them to me. Bye. I asked her if she could send over some pictures because I didn't want to miss that. And look at this. She'd color her CPU map. She'd made them a Lego home. And look what she did with those cutouts. I think this is amazing. And especially when I think back that day with our newborn in the living room, and I had my first thought for Terus and Ona. Terus and Ona are out on a mission to make computer science accessible to every child. If you want to join, these are some of the things that you can do. You can sign up for the ABC of Computers newsletter and start creating your own arsenal of stories to tell at home, week by week. I prepare a PDF for you all to get you started, and you can get it at ferusandona.com/Noruko. Also, you can already get Ferus Gets a Virus, the first book in the series. The paperback is already on Amazon. You just need to search for Ferus and Ona. And this book, they normally ask, what is the age range? And I can tell you, I have readers from 3 years old until 11, 12, 13, and onwards. Because with the little ones, you can focus on the pictures and the illustrations and the characters. And it comes with a parent guide and a glossary that it turns out it's also for bigger ages. And I have readers reading it by themselves. It is already available in 4 languages: English, Dutch, German, and Spanish. And then the new book, Welcome to Our World. If you'd ask me, I tell you this is the book that I wish that I'd love to see in every preschool. But I can't say that because I got so many grown-ups liking it already. And here I want to tell you a story that happened in one of the last conferences that I attended before we were all locked down. And I was signing books. And then I normally, when I sign books, I ask, what's the name of the child, right? And then what's the name of the child? And then I get this one person, and then I ask him, what is the name of the child? And he looks at me like, he said, like, there's no child. And he said, like, no. So like, okay, I'll sign it for you. Yes. So if you're one of those, you're not alone. And I also still get children's books for myself. And this wasn't planned at all. But yesterday, I got the first pictures of the advanced cover from the printer. And I said, I need to share this with Noruko. So here are some pictures. As you'll see, it is a board book, so your kids doesn't tear the pages apart. I've been there. If you want to get a copy, pre-orders are opened since yesterday, and you can get yours at ferusandona.com/welcome. There's also a discount code for you, 16% with all capital letters, Noruko. You can just use it. Remember to use it during checkout. And this will only be valid until Monday. And I almost forgot, but I'm signing the books. So the books are going to be here. I'm going to be shipping them worldwide. So if you want yours to be signed for the kids or whatever, just let me know the name and I'll do it. Happy to. If you want to follow my work, the best way to do that is on Twitter at Miriam Tocino or Ferus and Ona. And if you like what you're seeing and you want to say hi, just my email, miriam@ferusandona.com. Send me an email. I'd love to connect. Thank you everyone for watching today. I hope to see you soon in the binary world. And now I'd love to hear from you because I think we got some minutes left for Q&As. Am I right, Arno?
That is exactly right. Yeah, so we have a few minutes for Q&A. Well, one of the first questions I'd like to ask you is, well, I saw that the books, are both books available in 4 languages?
The first one is in 4 languages, and the second one for now, it's only going to be available in English because it is a song and it's very short. And I thought, actually, it's nice that they get it, you know, that everyone, and it's like a universal thing, right? Kind of. So for now, only in English.
Let me ask a question because you, well, are obviously very proud of the book, of the books, especially now that you just got news that, well, what the preprint will look like. Did you think about open sourcing translations, or did you already do that, or did you translate it yourself? How did that work?
For the first one, I got translators, freelancers for the different versions of the book. And it was a very nice experience because I got connected with a lot of people, and I got a lot of beta readers in the different countries.
Okay, I understand. Consider open sourcing translations. I mean, you call it a book series, so potentially you're not going to, well, end with number 2, but continue, which I hope. Would you be...
Tell me what you mean. So tell me what you mean, Arno.
Well, I mean, if you want to read this to your kids, it would make a lot of sense to have it in, well, their mother tongue. And would you be open to open source translations, or how would you see that?
Of course,
this book goes well everywhere.
Of course, of course.
Okay.
It's only that, you know, it's like, it's one step at a time, right? Like, I mentioned that conference, right? Like in February, right? And then I think I got like 15 different languages in that queue. And I was like, and everyone was like, are you gonna be doing Danish? You know, like, you're gonna be doing Russian? And so that's why I'm a little cautious.
It must have been a compliment.
Answering that question.
Well, then I have another say the book, well, is being read by children from 3 till 11. Now, I know that you have a 3-year-old yourself. That means that the first book has been written while you had a baby or potentially a toddler around. How do you write a book with a toddler around?
That's a very good question. It was a very chaotic process, to say the least. And I now see it was like it came in phases, right? Because of course, from the moment that I had that idea, right? In the beginning, the project was like a hobby kind of thing, right? Like, and also in the beginning, you know, there was this idea in the back of my mind that was like, Miriam, you're just drawing zeros and ones, you know, what are you doing? You know, and I actually spent a lot of time to find the right anatomy of a 0 and the right anatomy of a 1 and be happy with it, you know, because I'm spending a lot of time with them. So that was first. So the first phase, I think it all started, he was 6 months old and I was at home with him. And then I would only draw during nap times. I was also so sleep deprived, you know, and then naps were very small and I needed something to actually, you know, get along with the days. And I started the 100-day project, 100 Days of Cerus and Ona. And that's got me going. And then after the 100 days project, I did 64 or so. I was talking with my husband, with Jose, and then we were saying, look, I was telling him, this is getting serious. You know, I really want to do this, you know, like, and I cannot do it during nap times. You know, we need to find another way. And then that's the moment when we decided, okay, half of the week, he's gonna go to work a little bit later. I'm gonna wake up at 6:30 very early. I'm gonna slowly close the door of the house, get out of the house, go to a coffee company there in Amsterdam next to his work. And then I was working there for 3 hours in the morning. And then again, during the nap time in the afternoon. So it was this process of, okay, 2 hours here, 3 hours there, until finally the first book got published. And now I have a little bit more of time. So for the second one, I've been a little bit more flexible. And yeah, especially the last months, it's been very, yeah, I got some more focus to work on it. But yeah,
I can relate to that.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, it's been quite a process, I was saying.
Yeah, but well, I have a kid that is just a bit older than yours, so I can relate to the fact that you will get a bit more time. Also, I don't think that, I mean, that you write a book doing this is very special, but I don't think it's very special that you have a kid and you get around to drawing ones and zeros and nothing more. That's the thing I can wholeheartedly agree to that. Well, I want to thank you very much for your enlightening us on, well, how this trajectory has been for you.
Thank you, everyone.
And also, well, that's actually the last 3 years of you just writing these books was just in preparation of complete social isolation for you, but now you can't visit coffee shops at all anymore. So, well, I'm happy to know that you're well trained for the current situation.
Yes.
And let's say that I hope to see you at Yoruco 2021.
Thank you so much. I know.
Goodbye, Miriam. And with this, this is the moment that you can pick, well, your favorite dilemma again. Is it going to be a monolith? Is it going to be a collection of microservices? I can never pick. I mean, wrapping your head around. Anyway, fill this thing out. I'm not going to bias you. You have a lot of time because just at 20 Central European summertime, we continue with the talk on Ammer. I'm just looking at my colleagues here. Are we going into a break now, or are we going to continue with Ammer? Break. This is where I tell you there's a break, and it's lasting for 15 minutes. We'll be back 5 minutes before 8 European summertime. Doei. Hello all, welcome back. I'm sorry for having this break in here, but we want to have everything happening on time. So my colleagues on the other track are going. Oh yes. Oh well, that's good to know. So I don't know if you know this thing, but at the introduction we talked about virtual Ruby karaoke. That's going to be a lot of fun. Still, we have a slot or two free, so show up, listen, watch, and sing clearly. So get yourself on there, get yourself on that list, pick yourself a song, and yeah, just make a lot of fun after singing. Anyway, but right now we have a talk, and not just a talk. This is a talk by Amr. I was in what was it? I don't even know where it was, but I saw him deliver a talk, and it was I mean it was as if I was on a spacecraft going many millions miles per hour. He is so fast in his presentation. It was amazing. Amr, he's an African Egyptian native who crossed continents to work with his passion in digital environments. His interests span from technology to tech communities to politics in tech, and well, that all enriched through some various software engineering roles in Egypt, Hungary, and Germany. Currently, he's living in Germany, where he's in Berlin, a co-organizer of Rock and Code Curious, the thing formerly known as Rails Girls Berlin. Amr, it's you, man. Go for it.
So I hope everyone can hear me, and I have to admit this is quite an interesting setup to be talking to a computer, but I hope my voice will be clear. So let's start by this. As Arno was mentioning, and thank you, Arno, for the introduction. Like, we usually speak about different topics, things that relate to politics, things that relate to communities and stuff. But every topic that I speak about usually have this slide. So this slide exists in almost any presentation I ever gave.
One question, Amr.
Yes?
You're a bit hard to hear. Can you make sure that you're... Yeah, you don't have to hold it, but it was as if you were talking off mic.
Okay, then let me try this. Sorry. Is it better now?
I think it is better now, yeah. I hope you don't have to hold it all the time.
No, I mean, I hope now it's working properly. Please tell me that.
Okay.
That's good?
Sorry for interrupting. Yes, it's...
Okay, perfect.
I was never here.
So sorry for this interruption. I think like this slide, I really have it in almost any presentation I ever give. Technical excellence and technical skills are really important. Like, there is no doubt about that. But I think all of us need to always remember that communities are the things that matter the most. And that when we write software, we write it with other people. So we don't usually write software alone. And we also write it for other people to use, right? So a software that is just a software that is the best software on earth, if it's not used by other people, if it doesn't involve a community, it's not really an important software. So I will start by telling a story of two of my closest friends, Alejandra and Yuri. And this story goes back, I think, like 1 month before the Corona times, where I got this call. So they are partners, and I got this call like a few months ago where Yuri said, "Hey, I bought the ring," and I went like, "Yay, congrats, man, that's awesome." And he said, "It is Ruby," and I was like, "What? What is this guy talking about?" Then he's like, "The gem is Ruby." I was like, "Well, now I'm even more confused. What are you talking about?" And then he's like, "You know, the ring. This ring has this gem. That the gem on it is Ruby." And he said, like, "I think it is Ruby that got us together, and I thought the ring should have a Ruby for that." And honestly, at this moment, I remember like sitting down and reflecting to myself that like we complain a lot. I specifically complain a lot. So if you watched other talks of mine, like my last talk that I delivered is called "What's Wrong with Ruby?" So I complain a lot about things, about the language, right? Like I complain a lot about things in the language itself, in the frameworks around Ruby, about the community of Ruby sometimes in many cases. But I just wanted to start this presentation by saying how grateful I am for belonging to this community, right? How grateful, because the Ruby community is the community that I learned the most from in the past few years. And also wanted to congratulate my two friends, Yuri and Alejandro, and give thanks to everyone in this talk or who will watch this talk later, or like anyone from my Ruby friends in the last few years. So who am I? My name is Amr Abdul Wahab. I know how hard this name is. Just ignore it. It's fine. I'm a tech lead at a company, startup based in Berlin called Tourlane. If you want to know more about it, ask me later, but mostly we do travel tech. As Arno thankfully mentioned, I'm a very active member of the Ruby community in the past few years, especially in Europe. So I work with Code Curious, which is the Rails Girls Berlin chapter, the Ruby user group in Berlin. I was the chair organizer of Euroko 2017 in Budapest. And I was born and raised in Cairo in Egypt, and then moved to Budapest in 2013. And then I moved to Germany, to Berlin in 2017. And here comes the question that I always ask myself when I have a new idea for a new talk. Why do you think this talk should be interesting? Why do you think this talk is relevant? And I think it is no secret that now we are living in this era of distributed systems architecture. I wouldn't even call it microservices, even though everyone likes to call it like that. But at least it's a very uncommon thing to find a company nowadays that just builds a monolith, right? There are some, but it's a very uncommon thing. And this introduces a lot of benefits, but also introduces a new layers of some complexity, right? Because in the past, you used to need to only bootstrap a service once, twice, maybe in the whole company lifetime. But now you're bootstrapping new services almost every couple of weeks, at least. And you're also in this era where companies grow, and the turnover rate in developer companies is really high usually. So you always have a lot of new people joining teams, a lot of people trying to get this new repo and wanting to set it up quickly. So you need to have a much easier development setup. And we need to kind of stay consistent, especially in such a technically diverse sphere. Like technology is changing super fast. You want to try out new technologies here and there. There is this new framework, there's this new language that you want to try out. And you need to kind of keep people consistent within the same sphere. And honestly, like, it's kind of too late now to still have such problems as it works on my machine, but it doesn't work on staging. Like, this is kind of a very old problem. But then the question second after this is like, yes, this is an interesting topic I think people want to hear about, but why me? I mean, why do I think I will have an extra bit to add to this topic? And I think it's important to start by saying, like, I wasn't on the upside of things. Most of my experience is, like, most of the people I think in this room is a Ruby developer on the back-end side of things. So I'm mostly on the application development side of things. However, since the very beginning of Docker, I am a huge fan of the idea. And for me, I'm actually a huge fan of containerization tools, because just like Ruby, both of them are about the idea of developer happiness. I'm making a tool that makes you as a developer comfortable so we can actually produce better quality. And because of the rise of the DevOps culture in the past few years, I think I was, for some reason, really, it was a lucky thing that I was always the guy in the team that people would say, like, yeah, we would like to Dockerize things, like, just, you know, lead such project. And I have had this in several companies in the past few years. And it's important to say, like, I did, and I am still doing, probably I might even show you things that can be better in the tips and tricks that I will show you today. However, I think I have one success that I'm really proud of. So I think that people who are usually labeled senior engineers, right, like I insist on this label, right, are usually harder to let go of their opinions, because it's a long experience and changing habits is not that easy. And I remember changing someone's opinion before changing the Docker setup, because at the beginning he was saying things like, no, I don't like Docker. I think, yeah, Docker can exist, but it's a personal preference if you want to use it or not, or whatever. To then later, after changing the setup and putting these tips and tricks, when he went back to one of the older projects that didn't have Docker set up properly, he said that, yeah, it took a while, and I will never ever do anything without Docker containers again, and I feel like a dinosaur and stuff like that. So for me, that is the real success, is making people really pleased with the Docker setup. So a bit of theory, right? Like containerization in general, not just Docker. All these tools, what is it about? It is simply, you have your application that has some requirements, and you are taking it in an isolated space outside your main machine, outside where it's running. So regardless of the machine it's running on, it has everything it requires to run in this isolated space. And of course, this should guarantee that regardless of which machine it's working on, it will work the same everywhere. And these are the promises they usually promise. Like, this actually comes from the website of Docker, I think, that you are able to onboard faster, and you are going to stop wasting hours trying to set up development environments. that you are able to spin up new instances and make copies of your production in your local machine, and that supposedly it enables you to have polyglot development because you have the same abstraction over the same different tools. They also talk about eliminating the environment inconsistencies, the whole work on my machine thing, and even eliminating concerns over application security. In my opinion, these are great. Like this basically matches the exact layers of complexity that I was mentioning in the rise of distributed systems architectures. And Docker sincerely is conceptually a very easy tool. If you think about it, Docker files have around 12 commands, and mostly people use 6 of them. So it's not about the syntax, it's not about like how hard or complex the tool is. However, it again boils down to people and communities. Like people, it's not just about how easy the tool is, but the people and the communities and how communities deal with this tool. And I still honestly believe that there is a steep learning curve, especially for application developers that have been there for a while before Docker and have their own setup and have their own way how the thing is going on. As I said, changing a habit is never an easy thing. And honestly, especially in the Ruby sphere, this problem exists. We have a massive, massive, massive amount of outdated and wrong resources about Docker setups. Like so many times I have read articles, blog posts, even talks in huge conferences where the tips that were shared maybe were good, but they were good maybe a few years ago, and there are already features in Docker that gets over this. Finally, and I think this is the biggest problem I see with Docker in the past few years, especially in the Ruby sphere, is that Docker offers some things, and we have some requirements as application developers, right? And honestly, these things were never connected correctly. So in my opinion, what people usually did was, we would like to try out this new Docker thing, so let's Dockerize the project. And they just never thought about how they really want to use it and how can they use Docker as a tool to fulfill our own requirements. So I thought again, like, what are our usual requirements nowadays? Our usual requirements is, as I said, and this is the third time I have a slide that mentions this, right? And easy to set up and use. Setup is one thing. So yes, easy to set up. So I just got a new computer, I press one link, but use on daily basis is a very important thing. So it's not just about having an easy starting up the server, but being able to run daily commands, being able to do everything you are usually used to do on the development environment in an easy way. Of course, we need to have like a build server, like a CI, right, that will run the tests and lint for every commit. Usually you want to have the same build server able to build the live image and then push it to deploy it on merges. And you have a live stage that can scale easily. So it has one thing, you can make it 2, you can make it 3. And I think these are really our 4 requirements in every company. And I think, as I mentioned, we need to make connections. We need to remember what are our requirements and then see what Docker offers to fulfill these requirements, not the opposite. So let's get a bit to some technical side, right? Like, I will speak about a development setup of what I call a simple Rails application. And by simple here, I don't mean like to oversimplify, but like one of the most common Rails applications you will have nowadays, which is simply an application that has at least 4 processes usually running if you want to have it running, right? Like you have a web server, you have a Puma server that is serving your requests, respond, and you have usually a database server running, like say Postgres or NoSQL database or MySQL or whatsoever database you choose, but you still have a process that's running, and your web server needs to have access to this process somehow. You also, most of the applications now, they would have a background worker process, like the other talk now is talking about Sidekick, for example. So yeah, you would have a Sidekick there process running, and you will always have a queue, right? Like Redis, let's say, for example, where you're dumping the web server is dumping the job there in the queue, and then the background job is processing this from that queue. So this is really nowadays kind of the most common Rails applications would have at least those 4 components. And as I mentioned, what are the day-to-day commands? Like this sounds like weird that I have to repeat this, but honestly, people often forget that we run tests, right? Like when we are in development, I need to have an easy way to run tests without Docker setup, without any other setup. You just run rspec or minitest or whatever. You just have one command and you're running tests. You are running linters, so let's say Robocop, right? You're running rake tasks, you're running Rails generators, You are updating dependencies. So usually in the workflow, you are just changing the gem file, and you are basically running bundle install, and it updates. You have the migration management, so you create a new migration, you run the migration, you roll back a migration, all these kind of things. The simple one is starting a development server, and here I'm not just talking about starting the web server, but starting the whole thing, right? Like starting the 4 processes at the same time, making sure that the whole application is running in your development environment. And you are sometimes also firing up the development console because you want to try something out and you want to load your environment in there. So for me, my setup has 2 constraints and 2 main constraints. First one is I am minimizing the changes in your day-to-day commands. So what you are used to should still more or less work without you realizing, without you caring if this is Docker or no Docker setup, it should still feel the same. The second thing is honestly hiding the setup complexity, because I don't want a junior developer to care if this is running in Docker or this is running in your local machine or whatever. I just want them to be able to set up the application quickly, develop something, push code. I don't want them to every single time need to learn about Docker and understand the Docker commands and everything like that. So for that, for development, you need to rely on the 3 important tools. You cannot just rely on having a Docker file. And this is one of the biggest, in my opinion, biggest mistakes in most of tutorials, is that it's trying to build a Docker container that will just run naturally in development. And that's not really necessary. So Dockerfile will enable you to set up this Docker image, this Docker template, right? The template that every time you are creating a container from will run your application in. The second thing that we will use is Docker Compose. Docker Compose is this tool that comes with Docker, installed with Docker, so it's nothing different or nothing extra, that enables you to orchestrate how this container that you will build out of this image deal with the host machine, right? How will it react with the machine it's running in? Also, it enables you to orchestrate how it deals with other Docker containers, right? So this is really cool because you have the ability to use things from your machine, like the file system or the HTTP ports, and you also have the ability to communicate between processes. Like I mentioned, the web server needs to communicate to the database and so on. Finally, and I think often, like lately started to become more common, but in the past, Ruby developers didn't really make use of makefiles, but I believe that we need to have abstractions on the top of any setup we have, because today Docker is the thing. Who knows what can be the thing in 2-3 years from now. So let's start by the Docker file. I believe this is the one, as I mentioned, that has a lot of wrong examples on the internet, especially that a lot of them say that this is tips and tricks that focuses on security or performance in development. This is not what development is really about. I haven't seen much focusing on making it better for a developer. I haven't seen much focusing on developer happiness or usability in development environment. And honestly, 90% of the examples I usually see are from the era before what's called the multi-stage Docker files. And that's why I'm pretty sure many of you in your companies, I can even bet, have 2 Docker files, one Docker file for development and one Docker file for production, which used to be called the builder pattern. I don't think you need that anymore because there is such a thing as the multi-stage builds, multi-stage Docker file, which goes like this, right? At the beginning, you can say that this stage that I'm starting to define is going to be the development stage. And as I will later on show you in this talk, you can take from this development stage and go in a branch for, let's say, CI, and then you can take and go to another branch for like production. This is something that you can do with Docker files nowadays, naming stages. As I said, the development stage, in my opinion, should build an image that enables you to run these day-to-day commands. It should not build an image that will run on its own. No. With the ability of having another make file and having another Docker Compose file, it should enable you to run all these day-to-day commands without needing to install anything else on your machine but Docker. Second thing I want to talk about is this base image, right? In Docker, for people who don't know Docker at all, you can start from a base image, something that is already have some stuff installed on it. And Docker Hub, which is like a repository with a lot of, an online repository with a lot of images that are available there, has a lot of them. However, I would like to give my first tip here. Make sure to not use public images for critical projects, even if you put a specific tag, because Docker Hub enables the author of the repo to actually override this tag. problem that I have seen multiple times, even in the Ruby base image, that sometimes, I think a year ago, Ruby base image of 2.6.3 got broken in production, and then everyone that was using the public image was in a problem. What I would recommend is have your own repository where you basically copy the base image and then update it every once in a while. And then maybe even you can add more layers because you have it in your organization always with this. The second thing is, this is also a very important thing. A lot of the tutorials would ask you for a normal Rails application to just use a normal Ruby base image. So what's a base image? A base image, as I mentioned, is just a container that has already a Linux distro installed in it, and then it has also like Ruby installed in it and bundler installed in it and few things. The Alpine images uses a Linux distro which is really small, and you want your Docker image to be really small because of security reasons, because of performance reasons, because of even cost reasons if you are uploading your application somewhere. So at least in my experience, most of the times an Alpine image is more than enough. You need to install a few more things, but that's it. Most of the times an Alpine image would work. Of course, there are exceptional cases, but try at least to go for an Alpine image as much as you can. So yes, now we have the Linux distro that has the Ruby installed on the top of it, right? And it has some the bundler installed on it, and now you want to install your gems. Usually your gems requires specific dependencies to install themselves, right? For example, you need libxml for Nokogiri to install, right? Or you need a PG client for Postgres gem to install. So you need sometimes some native extensions installed on this machine. So usually the Docker file second line would usually look something around like this, right? So you are adding these libraries that you need. And here is another tip that I would recommend. Hide the underlying setup. Don't make developers need to change the Docker file often, because developers, when they, especially someone who's not familiar with Docker, when they want to like change the Docker file, they get a bit confused. So what I usually do is create a file called .build dependencies or .build deps, and this file lives in your project and it has all these dependencies that you need to have. And then in this case, you don't need to change the Docker file, and you just have those two lines. The first line will basically copy this into your container so that it will cache it unless it changes. If it changes, it invalidates the cache. And then it runs the installation of every dependency in this build deps file. And then comes for me, honestly, the biggest mistake in almost every tutorial, including some of the official tutorials that comes from Docker. As I said, most of the Docker files setups I have seen in development environment, right, usually start by trying to install the bundle in the Docker cache. By that, I mean you will often see those two lines in your Docker file for development environment. Those two lines does the following. The first line is basically copying the gem files from your host machine to your container or to your image, and then they're basically running bundle install. So what will happen in this case is that every single time you are changing the gem file, you will have to rebuild the image, right? So you have to rebuild the template where your container starts from. And what will happen also is that when you are rebuilding this time, it will invalidate the cache. So it will remove the gem file, copy the new gem file, and then remove the whole bundle that you just installed, and then reinstall the whole bundle from scratch. This, honestly, has always been the thing that developers complained about when they tried Docker in development, especially in the Ruby sphere. So my recommendation is to install in development, right? To install the bundle in container runtime. So you have the image, right, the template that will not have a bundle at all. And then every time you are starting a new container, you are installing the bundle there. And then you are using a cache, which I will show you later, so that it caches it in your file system. How to do that? That goes through two steps. First step is in your Docker file, you are going to set up some environmental variables. That's it. You are going to say that the bundle path should be /bundle, bundle bin should be this, gem home should be this, and attach this to your path. What this is doing is telling to your machine, to your container, any container that starts out of this image, whenever you run bundle install, it will try to install your bundle in /bundle. And that's it, right? So, okay, this doesn't change anything, because then every time I delete that container, every time I stop that container, I lose the bundle, and then I'm starting over. So here comes the second step. In Docker Compose, you have the ability to mount volumes. By mounting volumes, you are saying that everything inside that container that is going to /bundle should be installed to a Docker volume. What is a Docker volume? A Docker volume is some place in your file system managed by Docker daemon you don't even need to care about. All you need to do is just tell it that I need a new volume called bundle, and you are saying that anything inside this container should go to this bundle. This way, every single time you are deleting the containers, you are starting over, you have your bundle cached in your file system of your computer. And all you need to do every single time you have a new change in the gem file is really changing the gem file, running bundle install in the container, and it will use the cache. And that's it. So this is really how the Docker file setup should look in development for Ruby projects, in my opinion. As I mentioned, Docker Compose, and I will not spend much time on it, right? Docker Compose is this thing that enables you to define multiple services. If this is, in my opinion, should be the way you define this, right? So if you look, it has the interesting thing is that I have a file to start the development server just for the web server in this case. So this is just the web server. And that I am saying that the target here needs to have the name of the stage. So if your Docker file have CI or live, you should just specify here dev. You're also using env files, so that comes from Docker Compose, so you don't need to install the .env gem or anything else. You're just saying anything in this file should be available in the development environment. And you are defining other services. For example, Postgres, you can get it from an image from Docker Hub. You don't need to do anything or build anything in your machine. The worker is almost exactly the same as the web server, right? Because it needs the same bundle installed, it needs the same image and everything. The only difference is that this time the command is not starting the web server, but starting Sidekick. And Redis is again an image from Docker Hub. To point out something, especially here, you have this concept of depends on, right? Which means that once this container is started, it needs to have those two other containers started. However, that does not mean that the process inside this container is started. So for example, if your application depends on the database, this here does not guarantee that Postgres, that the process inside the container is started. It just guarantees that the container itself started. So if you face this problem that usually for the first few seconds, you cannot reach the database, you need to change your start to dev server bash script to keep pinging until the database is ready and then start to do that. Finally, and I think this is the most important piece out of this talk, is the makefile. What I do is usually have a make dev command, and what this will do is basically start a shell in the web container. So it will spin off a new container out of the image that I said in the dev environment, and it will open a shell for you. And in this shell, you can type everything as you are used to in your usual shell. Also, a small tweak that I do in the Docker and the makefile is have this aliases so that I don't need to type every time Docker compose run or whatever. And then I have the dev, as I mentioned, which will look like this. And I usually have those few commands. The first one is build development. So this will basically build the images, the bundle, which will run the bundle install, the db create that starts the database, migrate, and whatsoever. This enables us to have a command which is make setup. So in this case, every single project in my organization where I work now, in every organization I did this project, have this command make setup, where you just pull it and you write make setup and everything starts and becomes in place. Okay, so this is it with the development environment. What to do in the CI. I just want to show here, like, this is how cool the multi-stage build is, because you start from dev, and you do another stage, which is CI. In this case, because you will not change the gem file in the CI anyways, you can rely on the Docker cache, right? And you can do this, and you are copying your whole project, and you are starting the thing. Also, if you want, or I think you should use Docker Compose, or even use whatever provided. My current suggestion is to always rely on things that are not specific to a specific CI, because if you want to change the CI from one platform to the other, you are always relying on things like Docker, Docker Compose, and Makefile. So I will also use another Docker CI, another Docker Compose file with this time a different target, right? You can even do things like stateless web, where you have the same exact service. It just does not depend on the database because you just want to run the linter, and still use Makefile or some alternative. And for live stages, I start again from dev. And this time I'm installing the bundle, but deployment without the test and development because it's different. Or say, for example, I just want to set up the Rails environment variable to staging from live. enormous possibility starts when you start to talk about multi-stage builds. Let's say it like this. So in a nutshell, like what I have been trying to say during this talk is nothing about like the specific tips and tricks, but always reminding people that we are optimizing for our usage, for the people, not because we want to use this new cool tool. We need to always question what we copy and paste, because it doesn't necessarily mean it's good. And honestly, in my opinion, having Docker in development or any containerization development is no longer a personal preference, but it is a business requirement. Without it, the business is in danger to lose a lot of money. And to remind ourselves that we need to use the tools to fulfill our requirements, not the opposite way. And if you would like to take a look at this code, I mean, I have this boilerplate somewhere in my GitHub, maybe needs some tweaks, or you want to suggest or have some discussion there, please check it. And please stay connected with me. That's my Twitter handle. And that's it. Thank you so much.
And as far as I know, that means we are here as well. It's nice, by the way. The trick with the makefile especially is something that made me very happy. I want to thank you for your talk. We're going to have a look at the developer dilemmas right now, and then we'll come back with some questions and hopefully answers. So those developer dilemmas. So especially fitting for this talk, it's going to be monolith, microservices. I'm choosing monolith. I am very happy to host it under Docker, but the monolith usually tells me that I have a team and I can get to know everyone. If you just have a hordes and hordes and hordes of monoliths, then usually you don't know all your colleagues. And I really like to know all my colleagues. So first question that I see is, I've seen some people use Docker Compose 2.4 to wait for a health check for depends on. Anyone else do that? So can you share something about it?
Yes, I don't use, I use the 3.7 normally, and there is a bash script you can find on GitHub called wait for it or wait for. And I think that's pretty fine, right? So this bash script, what it will do is exactly what I said. It will just keep pinging the port until the health check of the other thing is there, and then you can just move on with the bash script, or just write your own. I honestly don't think you should block yourself on an older version of Docker Compose because you want to make use of one feature that you can replace that simply. I hope that answers the question.
I think it answers the question. I have another question because, well, what you're saying is, well, you should focus on usage. You shouldn't focus on we're going to use that new brand spanking tool that we get to use just because we can use it. How would you deal with colleagues that are just going for the most shiny tool? And in this specific thing, how would that work out for you in a team that says, well, we just want to use Docker Compose because we can?
Honestly, I think like at least with me and the team, we have this exercise where we really want to question everything we are doing, right? So with my team, what we usually do is that we have a session usually called the pre-grooming, where we go through every single task we need to do. And we need to justify it to ourselves, not just to product, really, because usually people say, I will justify this to product. But for me, I believe that we as techies need to be aware of that. Like, is this something that is really useful? Is this something that will really bring money to this company, or at least make us, make our time usage much better? I think we as developers need to start to be aware of how our time is. And I don't know, I think it comes from just talking to the team and doing it more often, until it becomes really an exercise. At the moment, I think, unlike what usually people say that developers are trying to push product to do things, I think it's usually us even pushing back against product, and that happened by practice. So,
okay. I have another question. That is, what do you think about pre-built stack images like Passenger Ruby and such?
I didn't have any personal experience, so I cannot really give like a feedback on this. So.
But more in general, I mean, not specifically this image.
In general, I would have a problem. I prefer things when I understand what's going, inside this package. So if I have a pre-built image, I wouldn't be so comfortable, I have to admit, right? Like, as I said, I'm even not comfortable with base images that are official from Ruby, because even that can break. So you are adding more and more layers on the top of that. I'm not really sure that's what you need, honestly. Like, I would never do something like this. But I don't know, maybe it works for other people.
I know, I understand, but from time to time, you just want to use a specific library or a gem in Ruby terminology that you think is going to solve all your problems, but you're going to inspect our code anyway before, well, depending on it. And this is just, well, not very much different than a library you're depending on, except it's just sitting underneath a lot of things. What's your opinion about that then?
I think that's a very good question. I honestly, maybe we are still in an era where my trust in Docker-based images is not as. Let's be honest about that. Like, there was even this incident a couple of years ago where, like, even the MySQL Docker-based image was doing phishing and stuff like that. So I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still not in that era yet, but of course, I mean, yes, if you have the time to inspect the code of the base image and keep track of what's going on, go for it. I personally just feel it's quite straightforward to add those few lines more. So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember being at a bigger corporation. They said, well, we can only use our own built Docker images because, well, we can't use it we can't run our systems on anything that we didn't build ourselves, which, well, you may or may not see as an advantage. But yeah, with Ruby gems, you have the same kinds of problems. So yeah, I think I understand what you mean with this. If you can't inspect it, or if you don't have the time to inspect it, you probably don't want to build everything on top of it. I'm just looking at my colleagues if we have any more questions coming up. No, that we don't have any questions that I want to ask you at the time. So this is where I get to thank you.
Thank you so much
for your talk,
everyone. Yeah.
And you were in that rocket again. You were going very fast, but it was, well, it was very good to follow. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Arno, and have a good evening. Ciao.
Yes, ciao. And with that, I think we are almost reaching the end of the community track. Or do you have one more speaker that we just dug up somewhere? No? No speak. Really? Really? Well, that means then that this is it, at least for the community track. But we're not done yet. On the main track, Julik is still talking together with, I forgot the name. I should have my names in order. Yeah, Julik and Kira are still having a chat about sleeping on the job. After that, we have a panel discussion on the main track as well. And after that, we have the Ruby karaoke. So if you didn't sign up, sign up. But for now, we're going to close this stream off. We're going to clean up our gear. And of course, we're going to have a look on the other side of the building where the main track is going on. I want to see you all there. So I'd like to thank all the speakers that have been here to inform us of how to write better documentation, how to, well, make better Docker files, or even how to teach programming to, well, smaller kids, even kids of 77 years old. I'd like you to, well, join me for the last voyage. Stay with me in this trip, but we're going to land on the main track and we'll see each other there. Goodbye.